Chapter 249. The two of them trembled at the same time as they looked into the distance. Although they could not see clearly, that terrifying aura caused their hearts to palpitate. Fairy, you're dead meat. The Kuei cow laughed sinisterly. The two of them looked at each other and said, "Let's go." Prehistoric heavenly tomb was too mysterious. There was more than one tomb, and just one beast king had experts like the demon commander and the Kuei cow under him. The other tombs definitely had tomb keepers, and from the looks of it, they were even more powerful than the demon commander. Just now, the demon commander did not need to self-destruct, but when he did, it was precisely to burn his own life and attract reinforcements. The reinforcements had arrived, and they were reinforcements that Tang Zheng and Li Xiaotian could not afford to offend. Before we leave, let's take care of this problem first. Tang Zheng was afraid that the Kuei cow would find trouble with the witch clan again, so he quickly arrived in front of the Kuei cow. Last time, the Kuei cow escaped without a trace. This time, even without the help of the stone guardian god, Tang Zheng still made it impossible for the Kuei cow to escape with the help of the remaining Beast King's blood essence. Seeing that Tang Zheng was filled with killing intent, the Kuei cow wanted to escape, but it was powerless. In the end, it could only watch as Tang Zheng chopped off its head. At this time, the pressure had already arrived in front of him. Tang Zheng kept his battle soul back into his sword, then leaped up and rode on the heavenly horse. He shouted "Jia Xian" and galloped forward. However, before he could take a few steps, another person appeared behind him. Li Xiaotian actually jumped onto the back of his horse, sticking close to his back, and quickly left the scene. Tang Zheng felt a soft body pressing down on his back, especially the too towering softness that made his heart restless. This woman has a lot of assets. Li Xiaotian did not notice at all that the two of them were in such an ambiguous position, allowing Tang Zheng to enjoy the ecstasy of a chest massage. She turned her head to look behind her. In the distance, there was a black mass that even the moonlight could not penetrate. She did not know what it was. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a series of angry roars sounded. Both of them felt a chill in their hearts at the same time. Even Tang Zheng temporarily forgot about the ecstasy of the massage. He still had a lingering fear in his heart. The anger in this voice is self-evident. Fortunately, we ran quickly. Otherwise, it would be terrible if we were blocked. The heavenly horse galloped, and Tang Zheng did not know where it was going. He only felt that the yin qi in the world seemed to be getting thicker and thicker, so thick that it seemed to be impossible to dissolve. Suddenly, the number of tombstones in front of them decreased, and a small forest appeared. These trees were pitch black, and the leaves and trunks were no exception. It was as if they had completely merged with the night. If it weren't for their superior eyesight, they would have crashed into the tree trunk. Huff! Tang Zheng suddenly pulled on the reins, and the heavenly horse stopped. The angry roar could no longer be heard, and the heart-palpitating pressure had completely disappeared. However, the two of them still did not relax. Li Xiaotian urged, "Why did you stop? Quickly take us away from this damned place." Tang Zheng remained unmoved. He stared at the strange forest, his face revealing a look of joy. Li Xiaotian looked at him in astonishment, followed his gaze, and landed on the forest, asking suspiciously, "What are you looking at?" "Heaven Yuan fruit." Tang Zheng secretly shouted. He soared into the air, and directly jumped onto a big tree. "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and leave, what's there to see in these trees?" Li Xiaotian said angrily. What if they delayed for too long and the pursuers came? Li Xiaotian, who was not afraid of anything, was a little afraid this time. This place was too strange. The pre-celestial stage was considered an expert outside, but he could not run amok here. Tang Zheng ignored her thoughts and quickly shuttled through the forest. "Are you kidding me? This is the Heaven Yuan fruit tree that the elder described, but there isn't a single fruit." Damn it. Tang Zheng was indignant. Could it be that these fruit trees have no fruit? Then where am I going to find the heaven yuan fruit? He couldn't help but frown. Li Xiaotian guessed, are you looking for something? Fruit, I need the fruits on these trees urgently. Tang Zheng said. Fruit? Li Xiaotian looked at the dense fruit trees in shock and asked, what do you want the fruit for? It's urgent. Tang Zheng did not say that Fang Shishir had been poisoned by the snake poison. From the bottom of his heart, he did not want to expose the witch clan to her, so the orphan hid the truth. Li Xiaotian curled his lips and said, no matter how urgent it is, can it be compared to escaping for your life? If you want to escape, no one will stop you. Don't disturb me from looking for something. Tang Zheng said snappily. You want to send me away just like that? No way, Tang Zheng, let me tell you, you are actually a cultivator, and you even appeared here. You have too many secrets, I must find out. Li Xiaotian said solemnly. Lunatic, what obligation do I have to tell you my secrets? The people of the Li sect are interested in all secrets. Furthermore, you are a cultivator, you must know that the martial sect is a mortal enemy of cultivators. If they know your identity, then what do you think the consequences will be? Li Xiaotian laughed sinisterly. Tang Zheng was startled. No matter what, he would never have thought that he would meet this woman in the forbidden grounds. If he did not reveal his identity as a cultivator here, he would not be able to survive. This big secret that he had kept for a long time was actually known by her. Tang Zheng really wanted to kill her to silence her. But now, the power of the Beast King's blood essence in his body had weakened by a lot, and he was no longer Li Xiaotian's opponent. But Li Xiaotian did not know this, and thought that Tang Zheng was like her in the past, deliberately hiding his strength, so even if Tang Zheng did not have a good expression, she did not act out. Seeing that Tang Zheng did not speak, Li Xiaotian proudly said, so obediently answer my questions, don't provoke me. First question, what are you looking for? Heaven origin fruit. Tang Zheng said truthfully. What is it used for? Detoxification. Who was poisoned? Li Xiaotian curiously asked. Seeing that Tang Zheng was silent again, she had a flash of inspiration and said, could it be that Fang Shishir was poisoned? Tang Zheng said that this woman's guess was very accurate. Seeing that Tang Zheng did not say a word, Li Xiaotian continued, it's Fang Shishir, right? You are inseparable from her, and you are willing to leave her here. It must be because of her. How did she get poisoned? What poison did she get? How do you know about this place? You ask too many questions. Tang Zheng really wanted to roll his eyes. Why did this woman like to ask until the end of everything? You don't want to say it, right? I have my ways of knowing. You should tell me what the fruit looks like first, and I'll look for it with you. This place is not safe after all, so the best thing to do is to find the fruit and leave this place as soon as possible. Tang Zheng's heart moved. He had to admit that she was right, so he described the appearance of the heaven origin fruit, and the two of them started to search together. The leaves of the fruit tree were very lush, and the heaven origin fruit was the same color as the leaves, black, so it was extremely difficult to find. After a long time, Li Xiaotian shouted, I found it, look, is this it? Tang Zheng was overjoyed, and hurriedly came to her tree. Sure enough, under the cover of the lush leaves, there was a fist-sized black fruit. Heaven origin fruit, I finally found it. Tang Zheng was overjoyed, and quickly and carefully plucked it, and then put it into his summer pouch. Li Xiaotian saw that the heaven origin fruit in his palm had silently disappeared, and was shocked. Where's the fruit? Where did it go? I put it away. Tang Zheng said. Li Xiaotian looked at him in disbelief and said, how is that possible? I clearly didn't see you do anything, how did the fruit disappear? Tang Zheng jumped down the tree, too lazy to explain. Li Xiaotian chased after him relentlessly, and asked, "Could it be that you know magic?" Tang Jing curled his lips and scoffed. Magic was a lie, it was a fake trick, and he was truly capable. However, he did not have the intention to show off, and directly sat on the heaven horse. Li Xiaotian flipped onto the horse again, her full breasts once again pressing against his back, as if she did not notice this ambiguous posture at all. The heaven horse galloped quickly. After walking for a long time, the two of them discovered a cruel reality. They were lost. The prehistoric heavenly tomb was too big, and they couldn't see the end of it. Furthermore, they didn't take the original path, so how could they walk out of this tomb? As the saying goes, an old horse knows the way, but this was the first time the heaven horse had come to the forbidden area, so it didn't know the way out. Li Xiaotian turned pale with fright, and said, "Are you kidding me? You don't know the way, and you still dare to walk around randomly. What should we do now? This prehistoric heavenly tomb is filled with danger. What if we meet a strong enemy?" Tang Zheng was silent. This was indeed a very troublesome problem. "Didn't you brag that the Li Palace's intelligence work is very good? Do you know that there is no way out once you enter?" Li Xiaotian coldly snorted, "Just now, you brought me out of my original location and direction. Where am I supposed to find the way now?" Suddenly, that heaven-shaking might faintly came over again, and the two of them had stern expressions on their faces at the same time. Tang Jing said, "Since you have no way, then I will treat a dead horse as a living horse. If we can walk out, then consider it our luck. If we can't, then it will depend on our own luck." Tang Jing summoned his battle soul, and the battle soul walked at the front, heading in the direction with the least amount of yin qi. This was the only method Tang Jing could think of. With pursuers behind him, he did not have the time to think about it carefully. Li Xiaotian looked at the tall figure of the battle soul, and said, "Why do you have such a thing in your sword?" Tang Jing did not say a word. "Hey, do you have to be so stingy? Tell me, that guy just now said that this big guy is an evil spirit. Could it be that this is really an evil spirit? I heard that evil spirits don't have much consciousness and will attack indiscriminately. How could he listen to you? Also, could this sword of yours be a legendary magic treasure? You actually know the imperial sword technique. What is your cultivation level now? Is it the foundation establishment stage or the Anidia realm?" Tang Zheng said in surprise, "You know quite a bit." This was the first time Tang Zheng had met a martial artist who knew so much about cultivators. Li Xiaotian said complacently, "Of course, I am the holy maiden of Li Palace. I know more than you can imagine. Don't think that I won't know if you don't tell me. Since you know, then don't ask me." "Humph, stingy." Li Xiaotian curled her lips. Suddenly, the two of them went silent at the same time, and turned their heads at the same time. They saw a black mass behind them, and the moonlight had disappeared. That earth-shattering pressure was getting closer and closer to the two of them. Chapter 250. Vaguely, the two of them finally saw what that terrifying pressure was. Who knew what was hidden inside a black cloud, causing the two of them to feel uneasy? "Battle soul, quick, leave this place," Tang Zheng urged loudly. Whiz whiz. The battle soul and the heavenly horse quickly rushed forward one after another. The black cloud seemed to have discovered them and quickly floated over. Angry roars came out from the black cloud, causing people's ears to buzz. "They're catching up. Hurry up, hurry up," Li Xiaotian urged. The heavenly horse leaped, and actually jumped a few meters away. As soon as it landed, the two people on the horse felt a bumpy feeling. Normally, even if the heavenly horse was very fast, it would not have such a strong bumpy feeling. Li Xiaotian screamed in shock and subconsciously hugged Tang Zheng. The two bodies hugged each other tightly, and Tang Zheng could clearly feel the two lumps of towering peaks. However, this was not the time to enjoy it. His heart was hanging high in the air. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, was completely different from the two of them. This little guy stood on Tang Zheng's shoulder, hugging Tang Zheng's head infinity while baring his teeth at the black cloud. It was not fear, but provocation. Tang Zheng and Li Xiaotian could not help but be flabbergasted. This little guy was too heartless, he actually did not know how to be afraid. Whoosh whoosh. A gust of cold wind blew over, and the two of them felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their entire bodies were cold, and the black cloud had finally floated above their heads. Crack! A ray of light flashed through the black cloud, and a bolt of lightning directly descended from the black cloud, striking towards them. Lightning! The two of them turned pale with fright. Even though they boasted that they were extraordinary, they were still mortals after all. If they were struck by lightning, they would definitely die. At the critical moment, the heavenly horse's agility played a role. It leaped to the left and narrowly dodged the attack. Boom! A large crater was blasted out of the ground by the lightning, and the momentum on the ground turned into fine powder. The two of them were extremely shocked. To be struck to death by lightning, this kind of death was too sullen. Zing-ee, the lightning and the black cloud flickered again. The two of them wanted to cry but had no tears. It was not over yet. They did not know what was in the black cloud. It could actually use such a big move like lightning. Boom! Another bolt of lightning fell beside them, and the hairs on their bodies stood up. They could even vaguely feel a small electric current flowing into their bodies, causing them to shiver. Look ahead, the entrance to the prehistoric heavenly tomb. Li Xiaotian suddenly pointed to the front, and Tang Zheng raised his head to look. Sure enough, under the guidance of the war spirit, they had actually escaped to the entrance. He hurriedly kept his war soul back into his sword and urged his horse to gallop. Heavenly horse, hurry up, otherwise we will become barbecued human meat. Whoosh! The heavenly horse's speed had once again increased by a level. Tang Zheng could feel that every cell in its body had been mobilized, and it was already overdrafting its strength. But at this juncture, there was no other way. Boom! Another bolt of lightning landed beside them, and the shock wave almost overturned the Pegasus. Fortunately, the Pegasus had strong stamina and managed to stabilize its body. Whoosh! The heavenly horse soared into the air and crossed the entrance. However, it did not stop and continued to run. Suddenly, the two of them felt that the pressure had lessened a little. They immediately turned their heads to look, only to see that the dark cloud was floating above the prehistoric heavenly tomb. Lightning was continuously flashing about, and then, the angry roars of disbelief continued to ring out. This black cloud doesn't seem to be able to leave the prehistoric heavenly tomb. Li Xiaotian said, overjoyed. Tang Zheng also felt a sense of relief after surviving a calamity. He pulled on the horse's head and said, yes, we're safe now. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Looking at the black cloud from afar, the two of them really wanted to figure out what exactly was inside the black cloud. It was truly inconceivable that it could actually control lightning. Li Xiaotian smacked her lips and muttered to herself, I used to think that the intelligence of the Li Palace covered all the information in the world, but now I realize how shallow I am. In this place, the information of the Li Palace is pitifully little, not even a word. What is that guy in the black cloud? I don't know anything about it. As she spoke, she couldn't help but lower her head in dejection, as if she had suffered a huge blow. Tang Zheng curled his lips and said disapprovingly, I don't know how powerful Li Palace is, but in this world, who doesn't have a person, or an organization, who dares to say that they know everything? The world is so big, there are all kinds of strange things, and many things are beyond your imagination. Li Xiaotian laughed, you know quite a bit, stop dawdling, quickly leave this place. Seeing this tomb, I have goosebumps all over my body. The heavenly horse slowed down and ran out of the forbidden grounds. The journey was unimpeded. They did not encounter any demonic beasts, nor did they encounter any miasma. When they arrived in front of the gigantic stone tablet, the two of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. This forbidden area was indeed too dangerous. The two of them knew that they had thought too simply of this place in the past, especially Tang Jing. Even though he had heard about the dangers of the forbidden area from the elders, he still did not put it in his eyes. He thought that since he could contend against those demonic beasts, then there wouldn't be too much of a problem. Only now did he understand that the demonic beasts in the forbidden area were the weakest existences, and there were other powerful existences that he could not imagine. Especially those tombstones, it was hard for him to imagine what kind of identity their owners had when they were alive. Such a place where countless experts resided was without a doubt a huge treasure trove, but it was not something that an ordinary person could control. At least, Tang Jing did not have the ability to do so at the moment. When the two of them stood in front of the stone tablet and looked at the four bright red words, "Death to all intruders," they finally understood the power contained within. This was not a joke. Intruders were practically dead, and for them to be able to escape, it was truly the descent of the goddess of luck. The two of them sighed with emotion. Li Xiaoyan's expression changed. She extended her white palm and said, "Where's my heaven-shocking bow? Hurry up and take it out." Tang Zheng's head shook. This woman was indeed not easy to deal with. She wanted to ask for the heaven-shocking bow the moment she escaped danger. Since the heaven-shocking bow had entered his pocket, of course she would not let it go. Thus, he simply said, "I lost it." "What? Lost? You actually threw away such a divine weapon? Are you kidding me?" Li Xiaotian roared in exasperation. Tang Jing shrugged his shoulders, and said, "You chased me so closely, I hid under a tombstone, and then I was chased after. How could I have the time to retrieve it? But if you are brave enough, I don't mind telling you where it is, and you can go and retrieve it yourself." Li Xiaotian panted with anger, his face flushed red, and said, "This is too much. Didn't you promise me before that if I helped you resist the demon commander, you would give me the heaven-shocking bow?" "Did I say that?" Tang Jing smiled faintly. "You already said it. Do you still want to go back on your word and not admit it? A man, if you dare to do it, you will dare to do it." Tang Jing sighed and laughed. "Didn't you promise Xiao Xiaoling at that time, and then you turned around and sold him?" Li Xiaotian said indifferently, "Believing a woman's words, especially a beautiful woman like me, isn't that too stupid? Don't you know that beautiful women like to lie?" Tang Jing shook his head speechlessly, finding it hard to understand her logic. "You are a man, so you should keep your promise, do you know that?" Li Xiaotian lectured angrily. Tang Jing said innocently, "I am a man of my word, I am not lying. You can recall what I promised you earlier. I mean, if you help me resist the demon commander, I will tell you where the heaven-shocking bow is. I will tell you now, but you do not dare to take it." Li Xiaotian's eyes gradually widened, and in the end, he was dumbstruck. He pointed at Tang Jing and said, You actually set a trap for me." "Heh, same here." Looking at her, Tang Zheng's mood was exceptionally good. "Li Xiaotian, you also have this day." Li Xiaotian really wanted to kill him, but when he thought about how he killed the demon commander, he couldn't help but feel anxious. This brat was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. I might not be his match. However, she did not know that the power of the Beast King's blood essence in Tang Zheng's body had already been exhausted, and he was no longer her match. Moreover, killing him would be letting him off too easily. He is the first cultivator I have met, and there are so many secrets on his body. If I don't squeeze out his secrets, how could I let this go? Li Xiaotian thought silently. Looking at her malicious eyes, Tang Jing asked, "You're not thinking of informing the martial sect, are you?" "TCH, informing the martial sect. Why would I do such a thing? What does it have to do with me that they kill cultivators? Li Xiaotian snorted. Tang Zheng's heart moved. This meant that not all martial artists saw cultivators as a thorn in their side. If that was the case, then his own danger was not small. At least he didn't have to worry about the Mysterious Li Palace and the Azure Dragon Palace. What kind of conflict do cultivators and the martial sect have? Why do they want to capture cultivators and not let them go? Tang Zheng asked curiously. It's all in the past. It's not worth mentioning. However, if you want to know, I can tell you, but you have to use other things to exchange for it, such as this little guy. Li Xiaotian's eyes turned and stared at Xiao Bai. Tang Zheng immediately hugged Xiao Bai in his arms and looked at her with caution, saying, "No way, I don't care about your information. I can investigate it myself in the future." As long as he was sure that the other party would not tell the martial sect, then he would not be able to do anything. Why are you so stingy? This is a fair trade. Li Xiaotian looked at Xiao Bai with a burning gaze. The scene of her spitting fire was still fresh in his mind. This little guy was too powerful. If she could raise such a mysterious holy beast, how cool would that be? Xiao Bai understood her words, bared his teeth, and shouted angrily at her, as if he could spit fire at any time. Tang Zheng patted its head, indicating for it to calm down, and then said, "Anyway, I've already brought you out, let's part ways now. Each of us will go our own way. I hope we won't meet again in the future." How is that possible? You lost my heaven-shocking bow, and you want to leave just like that? Li Xiaotian was unhappy. It's your own fault for being weak. If you don't go and find it, what does it have to do with me? I'm leaving. Let me tell you, if you dare to chase after me, then be careful that I don't tell Xiao Bai to spit fire at you. At that time, you will become an ugly person. Tang Zheng threatened. Li Xiaotian was enraged. Are you still a man? How dare you treat a great beauty like me like this? Tang Zheng shrugged his shoulders and said, whether I'm a man or not, I don't need you to question me. Moreover, I don't have the obligation to treat you well, so, goodbye, no, never see you again. With that, Tang Zheng mounted his horse, while Xiao Bai stood on his shoulder, baring her teeth at Li Xiaotian, as if it would spit fire the moment she got close. She was very unwilling, but there was nothing she could do, so she stomped her feet fiercely. Tang Zheng was still worried that she would catch up and discover the secret of the witch clan, so when he saw the miasma floating towards him, he was overjoyed. He shouted "Jia!" and rushed straight into the miasma, disappearing into the miasma, causing Li Xiaotian to have no way of tracking him down. She was so angry that she cursed out loud, "Smelly Tang Zheng, damn Tang Zheng, I will definitely find you, I will definitely make you accompany my heaven-shocking bow, don't even think about escaping from this beauty's hands." Chapter 251. It had been a few days since they returned to the witch tribe from the Forbidden Grounds. The Heaven Origin fruit had cured Fang Shishir of the snake poison, and Tang Zheng had also told the elders about everything that had happened in the Forbidden Grounds. Sogu, 360, So searched JDXS to download a novel for free. The elder was shocked. The witch tribe's big neighbor was actually so powerful. Fortunately, no one from the witch tribe had barged into the Forbidden Grounds in the past few years, otherwise, they would have suffered heavy losses. The elders did not know much about the tombs in the Forbidden Grounds, but without a doubt, there were still many secrets in the Forbidden Grounds that they did not understand. Both sides were very curious about what these secrets were, but for the time being, there was nothing they could do. They were not strong enough, so going to the Forbidden Grounds would only be sending them to their deaths. Especially the last black cloud that released the lightning, it made Tang Zheng rather fearful. However, this trip to the Forbidden Grounds had yielded a lot. Other than Tang Jing finding the heaven origin fruit for Fang Shishir, the most important thing was to find out the reason why the demonic beasts had attacked the witch clan. Since the Beast King's subordinates had been completely annihilated, then no one would come to find trouble with Xiao Bai in the future, and the witch clan would naturally be safe. Without any external threats, the witch clan could live in peace in the 10,000 huge mountains. They could cultivate diligently and accumulate strength, waiting for Tang Jing to bring them to the outside world in the future. After returning to the witch tribe, Tang Jing did not stay idle and started to cultivate diligently. With sufficient demonic beast inner cores, both he and Fang Shishir improved at lightning speed. Fang Shishir's cultivation once again broke through, reaching the 6th grade of the Qi refining stage. Tang Zhang's cultivation was even more incredible. Not only did he have the demonic beast inner core, the most important thing was the Beast King's blood essence. Xiao Bai had not completely digested the energy contained in that drop of Beast King's blood essence. Other than infusing it into Tang Jing in the prehistoric heavenly tomb and forcefully raising its fighting strength, it passed the remaining Beast King's blood essence to Tang Jing bit by bit, allowing him to cultivate while refining the blood essence. Tang Jing benefited a lot. His strength had actually increased by 3 realms, reaching the 4th grade of the foundation establishment stage. If it was in the past, Tang Jing wouldn't even dare to think about such a speed. This time, he really had a taste of what it meant to have the speed of a rocket. However, as his power increased, the pure yang energy in Tang Zhang's body began to become restless. The pure yin energy he obtained from Lu Qingmei had long been used up, so if it weren't for Fang Shishir accompanying him, he would have exploded and died. During the day, he cultivated non-stop, and at night, he and Fang Shishir made love to each other. Fang Shishir's immaturity gradually faded, and her beauty was beyond compare. In addition, Xiao Bai had also undergone a lot of changes. During this period of time, it, who was like a gluttonous cat, actually didn't eat anything, and just lazily laid in the center of the plaza, basking in the sun, as if it had indigestion. In the end, the fur on its body became whiter and whiter, and even had a sparkling and translucent luster, becoming more and more extraordinary. There was no sun or moon in the mountains, and time always passed very quickly. The summer vacation was about to end, and in these 2 months, the two of them had almost completely disappeared. The communication in the mountains was not smooth, and the two of them only left the mountains once every 10 days to half a month to call their families to report their safety. Although the days in the mountains were very comfortable, it was still time to part ways. Tang Zhang and Fang Shishir rode on the same heaven horse, and beside them was Yi Yuan. This time, the witch clan would not leave the mountain, so they sent Yi Yuan out to take a look at the world. The most important thing was to serve Tang Zhang. Tang Zhang was the envoy of the witch clan, and after experiencing so much, his status and prestige were even higher than the elders. However, when the elders saw that he did not even have a single person serving him, they recommended Yi Yuan. Tang Zhang accepted this suggestion. It was not that he really wanted Yi Yuan to serve him, but to bring him out to adapt to the outside world. In the future, he would be able to communicate with the other members of the witch clan. This was more useful than his own teachings. The entire clan stood in front of the huge stone door to send them off. Many of them had tears in their eyes and were unwilling to part with them. The elder kept reminding Yi Yuan to listen to the orders of the envoy and protect the safety of the envoy. Tang Jing did not doubt in the slightest that Yi Yuan would dare to use his own body to block bullets for him. However, now that his power had increased, there was no need for Yi Yuan to block bullets for him in the outside world. Waving goodbye, the three of them galloped on their horses. Xiao Bai stood on the head of the heaven horse and looked ahead, grinning excitedly. Originally, he had planned to leave the little guy in the mountains, but it couldn't bear to part with Tang Jing, and was inseparable from him. Tang Jing understood its longing, and furthermore, it was indeed difficult for ordinary people to discover its talent, so he brought it along. After walking out of the mountain and arriving at the outskirts of Dianan City, Tang Zheng was not prepared to enter the city. After all, that was the Long family's territory, and since he had promised Long Xianyuan, he would not disturb Mu Hongyan and her mother for the time being. Halfway there, they rented a large truck and only loaded it with heaven horses, allowing Yi Yuan's mount to return to the tribe on its own. Then, the few of them rode on the truck and traveled thousands of kilometers back to ordinary balance. Along the way, Yi Yuan was very silent and did not ask any questions. His eyes, however, were brimming with vigor as he observed the outside world and learned from it. When they arrived at the ordinary balance, Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix, who had already received the notice, were already waiting at the reception point. When they saw Tang Jing leading a horse down from the carriage, they actually felt a sense of space-time confusion, especially since the three of them were wearing ancient clothes, as if they had transmigrated from ancient times. The two of them quickly walked over and sized up Tang Jing and the other two. Lin Hu said, "Young Master Tang, did you go to shoot a movie? Why are you dressed like this?" Tang Jing laughed and said, "I went out for a tour, this is my ethnic costume." The two of them suddenly realized, and the Fire Phoenix praised, "Young Master Tang is really handsome in this outfit, just like an elegant young master, enough to charm thousands of young girls." Tang Zheng's temperament had indeed undergone an earth-shattering change. He was no longer the young and inexperienced student from before. He gave off a very steady, yet amiable feeling, making people involuntarily want to approach him. Hearing that, Fang Shishir looked deeply at Tang Zheng. She had to admit that what the Fire Phoenix said was true, he was indeed becoming more and more charming. She couldn't help but feel happy and a little disappointed. If Tang Zheng was outstanding, he would attract more and more girls, and her position would be in danger. Tang Zheng did not notice Fang Shishir's abnormality, and laughed lightly, "Fire Phoenix, you praise me too much." Lin Hu agreed, "Fire Phoenix is not spouting nonsense. Young Master Tang, if I were a woman, would definitely chase after you." However, after looking at Fang Shishir who was beside him, he did not continue the topic and instead looked towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's aura was very strong. The aura that he had nurtured from fighting ferocious beasts in the forest all year round was even sharper than the people on the streets. "Who is this? People from my hometown have just come out of the mountains. During this period of time, I'll have to ask you to take care of him and let him familiarize himself with the outside world. Also, I'll have to give him a legal identity." Yi Yuan was an unregistered person. He believed that Lin Hu had a way. Lin Hu smiled and said, "This brother must be an expert, it's my pleasure to meet you." Yi Yuan was very proud in his bones. After all, he was the #1 warrior of the witch clan. Although he was very convinced by Tang Jing, it did not mean that he would treat others the same way. He lightly glanced at Lin Hu and said, "Lord Envoy, I want to follow you. We have already returned to the big city, so there is no danger. Moreover, your mission is to familiarize yourself with the outside world, so you don't have to stay by my side all the time," Tang Jing advised. Yi Yuan hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Lin Hu and the Fire Phoenix looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment. They did not know why he would call Tang Jing Lord Envoy, but no matter what, this young man must be hiding a lot of secrets. Of course, if Tang Jing did not say anything, they would not dare to ask around. "And this horse of mine, you must take good care of it," Tang Jing warned. Lin Hu patted his chest and promised, "Young Master Tang, don't worry, I have already found a professional, I will definitely not treat this divine colt unfairly." The heavenly horse raised its head high and snorted, looking very arrogant. "Zhi zhi zhi zhi." Suddenly, Xiao Bai called out, as if protesting that it was not introduced. The Fire Phoenix's eyes lit up, and said, "Young Master Tang, this puppy is so beautiful, what breed is it?" Xiao Bai glared at the Fire Phoenix and bared his teeth at it, as if he was very angry that it was treated as a puppy. The fire phoenix laughed, so cute. Tang Jing knocked on Xiao Bai's head. This guy liked to spit fire at every turn. If he did not stop him, he might really turn the fire phoenix into a fire phoenix. Although Tang Jing had repeatedly warned Xiao Bai, it was still very dissatisfied with being called a puppy and wanted to immediately spit fire to express its protest. You are a puppy, what are you angry about? Tang Jing reprimanded. Xiao Bai called out twice in grievance, then lay on Tang Jing's shoulder and drooped its head. Tang Jing had to repeatedly warn it, otherwise, if it really spat fire, then it would be very troublesome. He was afraid that the country would capture it and use it as Xiao Bai's guinea pig for research. It's just a small dog, it's not a valuable breed. Tang Jing said lightly, answering the fire phoenix's question. However, the fire phoenix did not think so. This little guy was obviously not ordinary, just the color of its fur was something she had never seen before, and its pair of fiery red eyes were very intelligent, as if it could understand human language. In short, the person and two animals that Tang Jing had brought back this time were not simple. Immediately, her and Lin Hu's reverence for Tang Jing became even stronger. With such a mysterious boss, no one would have the slightest thought of rebelling. After the few of them bid farewell, Lin Hu and the Fire Phoenix brought Yi Yuan and the Heaven Horse and left. Tang Zhang and Fang Shishir brought Little White home, but they first went to the clothing store to buy 2 sets of clothes to change into. The city was not like the suburbs, the ancient clothes were still too eye-catching. Xiao Bai's cute appearance attracted a lot of praise from the shop assistants, and one of them even went to touch it. If not for Tang Zhang's repeated warnings, it would have already burned down the clothing store. The little guy seemed to have accepted its fate. It drooped its head and imagined itself to be an obedient puppy. Tang Jing sent Fang Shishir home, then brought Xiao Bai home and impatiently went home. However, just as he reached the door, he met his grandfather, Tang Dahai, who hurriedly opened the door with a face full of panic. Tang Dahai staggered and almost tripped. Tang Jing immediately supported him. "Grandfather, why are you in such a hurry?" Seeing that it was his grandson, Tang Dahai immediately said, "Little Jing, you're back. Hurry up and leave, let's move quickly." "What happened, grandfather?" Tang Jing turned pale with fright. "Our house. Haunted." Tang Dahai turned around to look at the house and said in fear. Chapter 252. Haunted. Tang Zhang was taken aback, but he was not afraid. How many ghosts had he seen? This ghost dared to come to his house. That was simply asking for death. "Pose, Grandpa, I'm here. Don't be afraid. What is going on?" Tang Jing comforted. Tang Dahai trembled as he said, "Last night I was sleeping in a daze and heard a woman's voice. I thought it was an illusion. Then I heard this voice again. I searched for most of the night but couldn't find it. But then it stopped and I didn't take it to heart. But just now I heard that voice again. It was actually singing. It was the song, Little Apple, that was being played in the square downstairs." Little Apple. Tang Zhang's head was filled with black lines as he almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Are you kidding me? Could it be that this female ghost is an artist? Even after becoming a ghost, she can still sing. Moreover, she can sing a divine song like Little Apple. "Grandpa, wait a moment. I'll go in and take a look." Tang Dahai quickly stopped him and firmly said, "No, it's haunted. We won't live here." "What are you going in for? What if the ghost hurts you?" Tang Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Grandpa's fearless personality was actually afraid of ghosts. So he explained, "Grandpa, you see, it's broad daylight. Moreover, I'm full of yang. Chi. When the ghost sees me, she can't wait to hide. How would she dare to harm me? Tang Dahai hesitated. Tang Jing opened the door and walked in with large strides. Little White jumped down from his shoulder and stood up straight, also listening attentively. There was no sound. He hadn't taken 2 steps when suddenly, a woman's voice sounded. It really was singing Little Apple. It was many times better than the original. The voice was mellow and clear like a lark. There really is a ghost. Tang Jing couldn't help but be curious. What kind of ghost dared to come to his house? Today he must catch this ghost. Following the voice, Tang Jing and Xiao Bai came to his bedroom. It was empty and very clean. It could be seen that during his absence, Grandpa often cleaned the house. The voice came from the balcony. A ray of sunlight shone on the balcony. Tang Zhang's gaze fell on the flower pots. At that time, in order to hide the 300-year-old ginseng, he also bought some other flowers and plants to hide. These flowers and plants grew very well, but Tang Jing saw the pot of ginseng at a glance. Originally, the pot was bare with only soil, but now, a few green leaves grew out of it. They swayed gently as if they were dancing to the song. Tang Jing was dumbfounded. There was no wind now, and the other flowers and plants were motionless. Only these few leaves were swaying. This was very strange. What was even stranger was that the song was coming from the flower pot. Tang Jing felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. How was this a ghost? This voice clearly belonged to the little ginseng, Linger. He had not heard this voice for a long time, so he did not recognize it immediately. Xiao Bai dashed to the side of the flower pot and opened its small mouth to bite the leaves. Ah! Linger turned pale with fright and screamed, "You're not allowed to eat me." Stop! Tang Jing hurriedly hugged Xiao Bai. This little guy's movements were too fast. If he really ate Linger, then he would vomit blood. Master, you're back. Ling, I hasn't seen you in so long, I've missed you so much. Ling cried out in joy after surviving a calamity. Tang Zheng looked at the flower pot and said, Linger, when did you grow leaves? Last night. Linger happily said, Master, Linger is too happy. I have leaves again. Linger has not had leaves for many years. Saying this, the leaves swayed a few times, seeming very excited. But why are you speaking so loudly? Tang Jing still remembered that at that time, Linger's voice was very soft. He almost did not hear it and directly refined her into a spirit-gathering pill. Oh, Linger feels that my spiritual power has increased a lot, so my voice is naturally loud. Tang Jing suddenly realized that Linger was a medicine spirit and had a pure mind. She did not know that if she spoke so loudly, even Tang Dahai could hear it. That was why she thought that the voice was a female ghost. Master, Linger will sing for you, okay? Downstairs, they sing this every day. Linger thinks it's very nice. Tang Jing smiled bitterly and said, Don't sing. If you like listening to songs, then I'll find you something else in the future. He really did not want the pure Linger to be led astray by this kind of divine song. Linger heard this and excitedly shouted, Really? Master is too good to Linger. Xiao Bai rolled his big eyes and licked his tongue as if he wanted to swallow Linger at any time. Looking at this foodie, Tang Jing could not help but hit his head and said, This is Linger, you can't eat it, understand? Ji. Xiao Bai called out, expressing his dissatisfaction. Little Zheng, are you talking to that female ghost? Why is she still calling you master? Tang Dahai trembled as he came behind Tang Jing and asked in a frightened voice. Tang Jing was shocked. He was so focused on talking to Linger that he actually forgot about his grandfather. This time, the entire conversation was heard by him. His mind was spinning as he carefully thought about how to deal with it. Sooner or later, he would tell his grandfather about his identity as a cultivator. Moreover, his body was becoming more and more mysterious. In the future, if he suddenly told his grandfather everything, he was afraid that he would not be able to accept it. It was better to take this opportunity to tell him a little bit of things so that he could adapt. He stood up and looked at Tang Dahai and said, "Grandfather, our family does not have a female ghost." That voice was not a female ghost, it was Linger. Who is Linger? Tang Dahai was confused. Tang Jing picked up the flower pot and said, "It's her, a ginseng. A human talking." Tang Dahai was stunned, then wouldn't she have become a spirit, a demon? Finished speaking, he stared straight at the flower pot. It was hard to imagine that his family had been raising a ginseng spirit. Tang Jing nodded his head. All things in the world, some coincidences can become spirits. This ginseng coincidentally became a spirit. She is a medicine spirit called Linger. She will not harm people. Tang Dahai was still in shock as he said in a low voice, "How can a demon not harm people?" Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. "Grandfather, that is the nonsense of ignorant people. Demons are also divided into good and bad. I am Linger's master, how could she harm me?" Linger seemed to understand, but said seriously, "Linger will definitely not harm master. Linger will always protect master." Tang Dahai looked at Linger in disbelief. The voice did indeed come from the flower pot. His face became bitter as he said, "Little Zheng, this is too dangerous." Tang Zheng patted his shoulder and comforted him, "Grandfather, you don't have to worry. Linger is really not in danger. Not only will she not harm me, she will also not harm you. Linger, this is my grandfather. You have to respect grandfather more than me. Do you understand?" Linger said, "And, master orders Linger, Linger will definitely do it. Moreover, grandfather, you used to water me. How could Linger harm you?" Tang Dahai let out a sigh of relief. He carefully looked at it, but he still felt that it was all like a dream. Linger, in the future, no one in the family can speak carelessly. Otherwise, it will not be good to scare others. More importantly, you cannot expose yourself and attract bad people to catch you. Tang Jing warned. Linger screamed in fear and said, "Linger will not dare to do it again. Linger does not want to be caught." Tang Jing comforted her for a while, then put down the flower pot and returned to the living room with his grandfather. Linger's voice finally disappeared. When the grandfather and grandson talked about their own matters, Tang Dahai's heart finally calmed down. The old man had long known that Tang Zheng's ability was getting bigger and bigger, so after the initial shock, he gradually got used to it. He now lived a very fulfilling life every day. Most of the time, he was at the junkyard, dedicated to helping the city's scavengers with a group of old buddies. He had already gained a small reputation. Some of the scavengers in ordinary balance also came to sell things to him. This made some of the other junkyard very dissatisfied, but with the previous example, many people understood that the background of this junkyard was not simple. Moreover, every few days, they would see people wandering around the junkyard, but not collecting protection fees, but providing protection. As a result, no one dared to cause trouble, and the business became more and more prosperous. Tang Dahai didn't care how much money he earned. What he cared about was letting the people in this line of work live with a little dignity. Tang Jing also briefly talked about some travel experiences. Of course, he omitted those soul-stirring scenes, but it also made the old man listen with relish. Suddenly, Tang Dahai slapped his thigh and said, I almost forgot an important thing. Wait a moment, I'll go get it for you." Tang Zheng was very curious about what it was. Not long later, Tang Dahai took out a courier bag and walked out. "Little Zheng, this is your Yenqing University's admission letter." Tang Zheng calmly took it out and took a look. He got his wish of Yenqing University's Archaeology Department's admission letter. When he first filled in this application, many people were puzzled. He was the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination, so it was not a problem for him to fill in any major. Many people filled in finance and computer science, and very few people would choose archaeology. Tang Zheng had his own considerations. Learning other majors was not of much use to him. The history of cultivators had a long history, and wasn't archaeology the discovery and study of ancient things or things? It just suited him. Little Zheng, during the time you left, there were still a lot of reporters blocking the entrance of our community wanting to interview you. I even went out to avoid the limelight for a few days. Later, the overwhelming news about Takashi came out, and those reporters left resentfully. Now Takashi is a celebrity. He is a business card of ordinary balance. It is said that he was also admitted to Yenching University. You will still be classmates in the future. Tang Dahai said. Tang Zheng's heart moved. He had questioned Takashi face to face, but this kid did not say anything. Later, Tang Zheng went to Dianan, and this matter was left unsettled. Tang Zheng was not jealous that this kid stole the limelight of his top scorer, because this limelight was not what he wanted. He had an intuition that Takashi was not as simple as he looked on the surface. This person was even more sinister and difficult to deal with than Qiao Fei. However, Takashi did not have any obvious evidence that could be used against him. For the time being, he did not have a better solution. Moreover, Takashi was so famous now, and his mouth was so tight. Tang Zheng could not just kill him directly. Chapter 253. Tang Zheng went home for a few days and spent most of his time by his grandfather's side. They went to the salvage station together to help him recycle the waste. Sogu, 360, So, school was about to start, and they were about to leave their grandfather for half a year. For the first time in their lives, the two of them were a little reluctant to part with each other, so they especially cherished this last moment. During this time, Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix reported to Tang Zheng about Chongqing City's recent situation. Chongqing City was dominated by their family and the situation was very good. There were no armed fights and Chongqing City's security level was greatly improved. Furthermore, the relationship between Lin Hu and Deng Maokai had also improved. Deng Maokai had become the deputy chief of public security of the ordinary balance, and both sides were mutually beneficial. Yi Yuan had been staying by Lin Hu's side for the past few days. Although he was not used to it at the beginning, he gradually integrated into their circle. This was because Yi Yuan was very good at fighting, and had fought with both Lin Hu and the Fire Phoenix before, causing others to have a whole new level of respect for him. Today, Tang Zheng came to the Fong family once again. He was invited by Fong Chonghua, and Tang Zheng had already guessed Fong Chonghua's purpose, because this matter would eventually be put on the agenda. When Tang Zheng walked into the Fong family alone, Fong Shishir was in a very low mood. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Fong Chonghua and Shi Mengqin warmly greeted Tang Zheng, and the knot in Shi Mengqin's heart was completely untied. The matter between Tang Zheng and Fong Shishir was no longer something that they could resolve just by stopping them. Moreover, during this period of time, she had heard a lot about Tang Zheng's deeds from her husband, and was becoming more and more satisfied with this future son-in-law of hers. Tang Zheng landed on the ground and generously held Fong Shishir's hand, asking, "What's wrong? Did you cry?" Fong Shishir pouted, looked at her parents with resentment, and said, "Isn't it all because of them?" They were clearly happy and were about to report to school, but they ruined everything. Fong Chonghua said embarrassedly, "Shishir, we are doing this for your own good. Xiao Tang, this time I called you here to talk about the matter of you going to university. Shishir's study abroad has already been arranged, but this girl is dead set against it, saying that we're deliberately breaking you up." Fong Shishir snorted and said, "You are deliberately breaking us up. You have always been dissatisfied with Tang Zheng. Do you think I don't know? But I love him, and no one can break us apart. As she spoke, she hugged Tang Zheng's arm tightly, ignoring the fact that her parents were right in front of her. Fang Chonghua and Shi Mengqin were incomparably embarrassed and could only look towards Tang Zheng for help. If Tang Zheng did not relent, then Fang Shishir definitely would not leave the country. Tang Zheng read their thoughts and said, "Uncle, Auntie, can I talk to Shishir alone?" Shi Mengqin was a bit worried, but Fang Chonghua gratefully nodded his head, "No problem. Shishir, let's go to your room." Tang Zheng held on to Fang Shishir's hand and walked straight into her room, leaving behind the Fang family's parents looking at each other. Shi Mengqin said in a low voice, "Do you think Tang Zheng will persuade Shishir?" Fang Chonghua confidently nodded his head. "He definitely will, because he understands that this is the most beneficial for Shishir. Xiao Tang is not a muddle-headed person, he knows how to prioritize." Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir sat at the head of the bed. Fang Shishir leaned on his chest and said, "Tang Zheng, I don't want to leave you. Let's go to Yenqing University together and stay by each other's side, okay?" Tang Zheng stroked her jet black hair and said, "Of course I understand your intentions. But, let me ask you, before we start, what do you think about going to university?" Fang Shishir was speechless. At that time, she wholeheartedly wanted to go abroad to study. This had been her dream since she was young. Seeing her speechless, Tang Zheng understood that Fang Shishir was not lying. If it was not for his appearance, Fang Shishir's path of study would have been to go abroad. The education resources in foreign countries were relatively rich, there was more freedom in learning, and the research atmosphere was relatively better. As a top student, Fang Shishir naturally wanted to go abroad to study. "Shishir, I know that studying abroad is your dream. I am your boyfriend, so what I should do is not to deprive you of your dream, but to help you realize it. If I only do it for my own benefit and tie you to my side, do you think that I am selfish?" Tang Zheng gently asked. Fang Shishir was silent for a long time before saying, "But I don't want to leave you. Yes, I admit that studying abroad is my dream. I want to have some achievements in the academic field. Since I was young, I am used to the deception in business, so I don't want to inherit my family's business. I only want to do research. But I can also do this in China." Tang Zheng smiled and said, "Since you want to do research, then we have to produce results and let others see us in a different light. In this aspect, there is no doubt that foreign countries are the most advanced, so we naturally have to learn. Everyone has to learn from the outstanding. I believe that you can do better than others, so why give up this opportunity?" After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, we are not parting forever. We can still see each other during the holidays. Haven't you heard of the saying, absence makes the heart grow fonder?" Fang Shishir pinched his arm and said coquettishly, "What do you mean by newlywed? I am not married to you. It's a metaphor, just a metaphor." Tang Zheng quickly begged for mercy. Fang Shishir raised her head and stared straight at him and said, "But when I think of leaving you for so long, my heart feels empty. I am already used to the days when you are by my side. I don't know what it will be like when I go abroad. Moreover, people say that long-distance relationships will lead to death. I don't want that." Tang Zheng could not help but laugh. "That is just nonsense. Now that technology is so advanced, with the internet and phones, we can contact each other more." Fang Shishir rolled her eyes and said, "What if I am not by your side and other girls take advantage of the situation? You are so outstanding. Nowadays, women are so aggressive." Tang Zheng said, "My will is so firm, I am not that kind of person." "Hang, you can't believe a man's words. Yo, so old and experienced. You seem to understand men very well. It seems like our family Shishir has really matured." Fang Shishir said shyly, "Who is your family Shishir?" "You are, from now on you are the Tang family's daughter-in-law." You can't run away. Tang Jing hugged her. She did not struggle and her heart seemed to melt. She hugged him back and buried her head in his chest. But what if you are taken away by someone else? Obviously, this was her biggest concern. Tang Jing could feel the uneasiness in her heart. He kissed her hair and said, "You have to have confidence in yourself. You are such a good girl. Where can I find another one? There are many good girls in this world. Okay, don't let your thoughts run wild. Now that your parents are not against us, this is our biggest victory. How can a little distance stop us? Moreover, have you forgotten our identity? We are cultivators and our lives are very long. So 4 years in university is actually very short for us. It is not as scary as you think. Do you understand?" Mentioning her identity as a cultivator, Fang Shishi's eyes lit up. This was her and Tang Zhang's strongest bond apart from feelings. "Okay, I promise you that I will go abroad. In the next few years, I will work even harder to cultivate. In the future, I will not be a burden to you. I will become your right hand on the road ahead." Fang Shishi solemnly vowed. Tang Zhang let out a sigh of relief and said, "It is enough to have you as my backing. Don't leave tonight. Just stay at my house. The two of us will be separated in a few days. You have to accompany me." Fang Shishi said reluctantly. "Then your parents won't have any objections." "Hein, if they dare and have any objections, then I won't go abroad." "Ha, good. If you are not afraid, then of course I am not afraid. I will risk my life to accompany you. Tonight we will fight 300 rounds." Tang Zhang said excitedly. "Aren't you ashamed? Be careful not to let my parents hear you." Fang Shishi said coquettishly while in his embrace. "In any case, they know what we will do. What is there to be afraid of if they hear us?" Tang Zhang's skin was thick as he said disapprovingly. "You are not allowed to say it." Fang Shishi hurriedly covered his mouth. The two of them were affectionate for a moment before opening the door and walking out. Fang Shishi's face was still a bit red. Seeing her parents looking over, Fang Shishi hurriedly said, "I agree to go abroad." Fang Chonghua and Shi Mengqin smiled as if relieved of a heavy burden. They looked at Tang Jing with eyes full of affirmation and gratitude. "Tang Jing will stay at our house tonight," Fang Shishi said again. Fang Shi and Shi Mengqin's smiles immediately froze on their faces. Shi Mengqin wanted to flip out but was stopped by Fang Chonghua. Since their daughter took a step back, then as parents they should also take a step back. Forcing them step by step would only make things worse. Moreover, the two of them had already done what they should and shouldn't have done. This was only a way to obtain recognition. Fang Chonghua was very clear on this point, so he agreed. The banquet was very rich. Everyone chatted like a family and the atmosphere was harmonious. Then, under the gaze of their parents, the two of them returned to the house. "I will go take a bath first," Fang Shishi said as she hid in the bathroom. Tang Zhang said with a bashful face, "Let's take a bath together." "No, don't think of doing bad things." Not long later, Fang Shishi finished her bath and came out wrapped in a bath towel. She then pushed Tang Jing into the bathroom. After Tang Jing finished bathing, he walked out while drying his hair. When he looked up, his eyes were immediately stunned. Fang Shishi was wearing black stockings and a black low-cut fringed miniskirt. The scenery inside was faintly discernible, causing one's blood to boil. Tang Zhang's Mao Zedong award fell to the ground and he swallowed his saliva. Fang Shishi was half lying on the bed and her curves were in full view. One of her legs was straight and the other was slightly bent. Her snow-white thighs were wrapped in black stockings. They were smooth and slender, creating a strong visual impact. The translucent miniskirt was completely unable to cover her skin. Instead, it revealed a large area of her snow-white chest which was extremely alluring. Fang Shishi's face was crimson red. She pointed her finger at Tang Zheng and said, "Didn't you want to fight for 300 rounds?" Tang Zheng's mind exploded and his blood boiled. He really wanted to immediately howl like a wolf. He had to fight for 300 rounds. Otherwise, wouldn't he be wasting this beautiful city in temptation? Chapter 254. Tang Zheng never thought that Fang Shishi would actually put in so much effort. It was extremely tempting. After a hearty battle, the two seemed to have lost all their strength as they hugged each other and spoke touching words of love. Free novel portal. The stockings had long been torn apart and thrown to the ground. A piece of the tassel miniskirt was also torn off and thrown to the end of the bed, silently telling the story of how intense the battle was. Fang Shishi lay on Tang Zheng's hard chest, her slender jade fingers gently exploring his chest. Her face was still red and her body was like a pile of mud, not wanting to move anymore. Tang Zheng gently stroked her smooth jade back and said, "When did you buy this set of things?" Fang Shishi's lips curled and said, "Do you like it?" "Of course I like it, didn't you see how hard I worked just now?" Tang Zheng said happily. This time it was truly a big surprise. "I once saw that my mother had this kind of clothes in her wardrobe, so these past few days I secretly bought it online and sent it home." Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, bitterly smiled and said, "Your mother. Your parents are also quite interesting." Fang Shishi hit his chest and said, "You're not allowed to laugh at my parents." "How is this a joke? Food and sex are part of human nature, this is very normal." "Hang, you men all like these things, bad to the core." "Is it very bad?" "I saw that you really liked it just now, it was so loud, aren't you afraid that your parents would hear it?" Tang Zheng said mischievously. "They won't hear it. 2 days ago I specifically played a very loud song in the bedroom and then went outside to listen, but they didn't hear anything." Fang Shishi immediately said. Tang Zheng's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, Shishi, you actually made preparations, you're too cute." As he spoke, he lifted her face and fiercely kissed her. Fang Shishi's breath smelled like orchids as she responded passionately. Not long after, the room was filled with ambiguous panting sounds again. Next door, Fang Chonghua and Shi Mengqin were lying on the bed. Shi Mengqin said with a bitter face, "Just listen to what those young people are saying." After such a short while, that voice rang out again. Fang Chonghua looked out of the window and smiled bitterly. The walls of the room were soundproof, but the sound drifted in through the window. Obviously, Fang Shishi's room only had the curtains drawn, but the windows weren't closed, so the sound came out from the window. Although it was very soft, it could still be heard clearly in this quiet night. Shi Mingqin's face was a bit red as listening to her daughter's words was a bit of a sin. "You're young and energetic, so you're naturally in good health." Fang Chonghua was not surprised. "Wasn't I the same when I was young?" "Hang, a real man does not boast about his past glory." "If only you were as strong now," Shi Mengqin said. Fang Chonghua flipped over and pressed down on his wife, saying, "Good, you dare to look down on me, your husband. Then I'll let you have a taste of my power. Lower your voice and quickly close the window. Don't let the two of them hear our voices. That would be too embarrassing," Shi Mengqin said with a red face. Fang Chonghua hurriedly got off the bed and closed the window. Then, like a hungry wolf, he pounced on the bed, causing an even more intense panting sound to ring out. In the following days, Tang Zheng accompanied Fang Shishi to play around with ordinary balance. Fang Shishi even went to Tang Zheng's house to stay for a night. It could be considered that she had truly entered the house. However, the beautiful days were short-lived. After Feng Shishir boarded the plane and flew to the other side of the ocean, Tang Zheng had no choice but to step on the train to Beijing. Last night, Lin Hu and the others sent him off. Everyone was not drunk, and in the end, even Tang Zheng was a little drunk. Lin Hu patted his chest and promised that he would definitely ensure the peace of the ordinary balance, so that young Master Tang would not have any worries when he went to the capital. With regards to them, Tang Zheng was still very assured. Furthermore, he had repeatedly instructed them to take good care of their grandfather and not let anything happen to him. In addition, when he went to the capital this time, he did not bring Yi Yuan along. Although Yi Yuan really wanted to serve him, Tang Zheng was going to study and did not have the time to teach him the details of survival in modern society. This matter was left to Lin Hu and the others, and when the time was right, he would let him go to the capital. However, his trip to the capital was not lonely, because he had another little brother, Feng Yong, accompanying him. Feng Yong did not manage to get into Yenqing University, but he did manage to get into Beijing University of Technology, fulfilling his wish of not needing his father's help and relying on his own strength to study in the capital. Tang Zheng carried a simple backpack on his back, while the other important things were placed inside the Sumra bag, such as the War Soul Sword, the 9 revolving pill furnace, the spirit stones and the spirit-gathering pills that he had refined during this period of time. The first spirit-gathering pill he had refined had been used up with Feng Shishir in the 10,000 huge mountains. In the past few days, he had also used some of Linger's roots to refine over 100 spirit-gathering pills. He gave half of them to Feng Shishir and told her to take them abroad. Actually, he did not need to carry any luggage at all. He could put everything into the Sumra bag and travel alone, but that would be too eye-catching. Others would be very curious about where his luggage went. An Audi stopped in front of him. Feng Yong immediately got out of the car and pounced towards Tang Zheng while shouting. The two of them hugged each other tightly. "Ha, boss, I see you again. Where have you been all this time? I can't even get through to you on the phone. Did you go out with Feng Shishir to fly in a 2-person world?" "I went deep into the mountains and circled around. The signal in the mountains is not good," Tang Zheng explained. Hey, I understand. It's a 2-person world, so of course you don't want to be disturbed by others." Feng Yong laughed mischievously and said. "Boss, look at the changes in me now." Feng Yong walked in a circle in front of Tang Zheng and said excitedly. Tang Zheng opened his eyes wide in surprise and said, "Fatty, your change is too big." Feng Yong had lost a lot of weight. Although he was still a little fat, he was much better than before. The meat on his face was less, making him look a lot more handsome. Moreover, his body was sturdy, giving off a feeling of great strength. The most important thing was that his cultivation had increased by a lot. He had actually touched the threshold of the 2nd-grade refining body. "What have you been doing all this time? Not only have you lost weight, even your cultivation has increased by so much?" Tang Zheng asked curiously. Feng Yong was very satisfied with Tang Zheng's surprise. He proudly pointed at his father Feng Yun, who was getting out of the car, and said, "This is all thanks to my father. He bought a lot of medicinal ingredients to refine my body. I also worked hard to cultivate the cultivation technique you gave me. Afterwards, I had my current results." Tang Zheng suddenly understood. Many times, cultivation was a competition of resources. Why do so many experts come from wealthy families? Firstly, they have the money to hire famous teachers to guide them. Secondly, cultivation requires a lot of medicinal ingredients. Especially for martial artists, they rely on martial arts to discover their own potential. They need a lot of expensive medicinal ingredients to temper their body. Tang Zheng looked at Feng Yun and said, "Uncle Feng, hello." Feng Yun affectionately shook hands with Tang Zheng. He thought that his eyes were really accurate. This child was definitely not a fish in a pond. He actually allowed Feng Yong to walk on the path of a martial artist. In the future, the prosperity of the Feng family will fall on his shoulders. This time, when you go to the capital, Uncle asks you to take care of our family's little brat. If he does anything wrong, just teach him a lesson. You can even hit him. Feng Yun said. Feng Yong immediately said with a bitter face, "Father, is there a father like you? You actually told others to hit your son. If you don't listen, of course you should be hit. Go to the capital and study well. Of course, don't forget about our family's business. See if there are any opportunities to open up business in the capital." Feng Yun exhorted. Tang Zheng immediately remembered that their family was in the sex toy business. Feng Yong seemed to dislike this before, but this time Feng Yong's performance was out of his expectations. He solemnly nodded his head and said, "I know. I will first do a market research. But if the school catches me going to the sex toy store every day, don't get angry when you hear it." Feng Yun beamed with joy and said, "Why would I get angry? I can't even wait to be happy. Business does not distinguish between high and low. Our business is not illegal, but for the happiness of the majority of human beings. It is a very noble business. All right, you continue your noble business. Boss, we are entering the station. Is this your puppy?" Suddenly, Feng Yong curiously stared at Xiao Bai, who was beside Tang Zhang's feet. Xiao Bai rolled his eyes, as if to say that he had no eyesight, and treated him as a puppy again. However, it seemed to have accepted its fate and no longer cried out in protest. Tang Zheng laughed, and put Little White into his luggage, and said, "Yes, in a while, we will sneak through, and don't let the security people find out." "No problem, boss. I told you to take the plane back then. Why do you want to take the train? It's so slow." Tang Zheng nodded to Feng Yun as a farewell, and then checked in with Feng Yong and said, "The train is not bad. Anyway, we are not in a hurry. Moreover, I have inquired that the school has a shuttle bus at the train station. There is no shuttle service at the airport. In fact, it is not bad to take the train with many people. I hope to meet beautiful women. You just entered the university and you are already in heat. Boss, you are a full man who does not know the hunger of the hungry. I have been single for 18 years. My spring should be coming. Then when you meet beautiful women, you should strike up more conversations. Don't be a silent gourd." "Absolutely not. I was not confident before, but now I feel confident. Yes, you are a rich second generation. Now the rich second generation are very popular. Humph, I am not popular. I have to be a rich first generation. Like you, boss, you will definitely be a rich first generation in the future." The two of them talked and laughed. Tang Zheng used a little trick to let Xiao Bai sneak through. On the sleeper carriage, Tang Zheng laid down on the middle bunk to rest. Xiao Bai lay beside him, curiously looking around. Feng Yong was also looking around, but he was looking for beautiful women. After a long time, he bitterly said, "Boss, why is there not a single beautiful woman? Lower your voice. Otherwise, if others hear you, be careful not to be a public enemy. I am telling the truth. What are you afraid of?" Feng Yong muttered in disappointment. Tang Zheng had nothing else to do, so he simply fell asleep. In a daze, he was shaken by someone. He heard Feng Yong suppress his excitement and whispered, "Boss, beautiful woman, look at beautiful woman." Tang Zheng opened his hazy eyes. The train was moving quickly. He did not know where he had arrived, but he saw Feng Yong winking at him with a face full of excitement. Chapter 255. Tang Zheng looked in the direction Feng Yong pointed and saw two women and a man standing opposite him. They were putting their luggage away with their backs to him. Tang Zhang, who was reading comfortably, remembered that there was no one on the opposite bunk. It seems that they just got on the bus. If they are beauties, then you should act, Tang Zhang said in a low voice. Feng Yong smiled. Of course I have to act. Two beauties suddenly came. Happiness came too suddenly. This trip won't be lonely. Hey, is this your bed? Suddenly, Feng Yong's shoulder was patted. Feng Yong turned around. The only boy among the three was a handsome guy. He was about the same age as Tang Zhang and the others. He was dressed in famous brand clothes. It seemed that he wanted to write on his face that he was rich and arrogant. It's my bed, Feng Yong answered doubtfully. Change your position. You can sleep on my bed. The other pointed to the upper bunk opposite him. Feng Yong frowned and said, I don't sleep on the upper bunk. I'll give you money to buy your bed. The handsome guy directly took out 1,000 yuan from his wallet and threw it on the bed. Tang Jing smiled. Does this guy like to throw money at people? However, he found the wrong person. Feng Yong is not short of money. Feng Yong disdainfully snorted and said, Yo, 1,000 yuan. That's a lot of money. $. That's right. I can buy 2 places for you, the handsome guy said arrogantly. The other 2 girls put away their luggage and also turned around. Tang Jing finally saw the 2 people clearly. He really had a feeling that his eyes lit up. Both of them were beauties. They looked like students. One of them was dressed very fashionably with light makeup on her face. It was very delicate. She carried a small bag on her wrist. The pride between her eyebrows could be seen at a glance. The other one was very quiet. Her facial features were exquisite. The key was that she did not wear makeup, but she was still a living beauty. She wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Not only did it not ruin her beauty, but it also added a different kind of temperament. She was dressed very simply, but that vigorous youthful aura came out of her. Hurry up and make way, this 1,000 yuan is yours, the handsome guy urged. The fashionable girl also chimed in, yes, quickly take the money and go to the upper bunk. Wen Jing pursed her lips. She wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she didn't say anything. Feng Yong raised his eyebrows and bent down to pick up the money on the bed. The handsome man's voice was full of joy. That's right, don't go against the money. That's not good, Wen Jing said in a low voice. The fashionable woman disagreed. Xiao Wan, don't bother with this kind of loser. You didn't see the way he looked at us just now, how wretched. Wen Jing tugged at her companion and said, Meng Yao, don't say that. It won't be good if others hear you. What's there to be afraid of if he hears it? It's the truth. Moreover, we have to let him hear it so that he can dispel his unrealistic thoughts. You don't know how troublesome flies are. Hey, the person you chose has been staring at you. They must be in cahoots. They're all losers, the fashionable woman disdainfully said. Tang Jing heard it clearly and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had been treated as a loser, but it didn't matter. He was a loser in the past and had met by chance. He didn't have the interest to correct him. Feng Yong was not as well-mannered as him. He grabbed the banknotes on the bed and threw them on the ground, then stepped on them fiercely and said, You have no sense of civility, throwing things on my bed, I'll return them to you. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. They originally thought that Feng Yong would obediently give up the bed after taking the money, but they didn't expect to be ridiculed instead. Feng Yong's foot seemed to have stepped on the handsome guy's face. His face immediately flushed red and burned. Feng Yong sat on the bed, his hands behind his head, and looked at the other party in ridicule. I'll give you one more chance. Pick up my money and give me the bed immediately. The handsome guy roared in anger. Feng Yong didn't even look at him. He unscrupulously looked at the two girls and said, "Next time you call someone a loser, first look in the mirror and see what kind of trash you are." Feng Yong initially had the idea of flirting with the other party, but after seeing the other party's face, he lost all interest. Using banknotes to smash people, even if Pengqing International School was full of rich people's children, he had never seen anyone use such a low method. The handsome guy opposite him felt that he was too good. The fashionable student flew into a rage and said, "Who do you think you are, to dare say that to me?" Feng Yong indifferently glanced at her and said, "I'm not a thing, but you're even less of a thing. So what if I say you? My mouth is on my body, so I can say whatever I want." "Brat, you're asking for a beating." The handsome guy finally couldn't take it anymore and punched Feng Yong in the stomach. Feng Yong was no longer the ignorant person he was in the past. He leaned to the side and then grabbed the other party's collar. Peng, his head fiercely slammed into the wall. Feng Yong's move was clean and efficient. The two girls didn't even have time to react when they saw their companion let out a miserable scream. "Ah, how can you hit someone?" The fashionable girl rushed over to help a handsome guy up and asked anxiously, "Shen Kun, how are you? Does it hurt?" Shen Kun covered his forehead in a sorry state. His head was dizzy, the force of the collision was not small. He glared at Feng Yong resentfully and said, "You dare to hit me?" Feng Yong said disdainfully, "So what if I hit you?" If you want to be unreasonable, you have to look at your opponent clearly. Shen Kun, stop messing around. When you're outside, harmony is the most important thing. I think these two are also students. This is all a misunderstanding. The quiet girl finally stood up and advised. Shen Kun hesitated for a moment, then said, "All right, little one, I'll listen to you. I won't lower myself to his level." With that, he picked up the money on the ground and fiercely sat opposite him, staring at Feng Yong with eyes that seemed to spit fire. Feng Yong was not willing to be outdone. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, with a hint of provocation. The atmosphere was tense, and the quiet girl once again broke the silence, saying, "Shen Kun, since you want to sleep on the lower bunk, then I'll go to the upper bunk." Shen Kun was startled. He turned his gaze back from Feng Yong and anxiously said, "How can I do that? You are a girl. When you are outside, I should take care of you. Meng Yao, go sleep on the upper bunk." Meng Yao was startled. A trace of displeasure flashed across his face, but he quickly covered it up, and laughed. "All right, I'll go sleep on top. I'll help the two of you." Feng Yong looked at it with interest, and said meaningfully, "Yo, boss, today I've truly experienced what it means to be a gentleman. It's truly an eye-opener." Tang Zheng was also very surprised by the boy's reaction. It seemed like he was used to being pampered since he was young, and was also used to ordering others around. He did not consider the feelings of others at all, but the strange thing was that the girl called Meng Yao was actually not angry. It was truly interesting. This is called reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 10,000 miles, increasing one's knowledge and experience. Tang Jing said. The two of them singing the same tune made Shen Kun want to flare up again. "What does this have to do with you?" Before Shen Kun could say anything, Meng Yao had already impatiently reprimanded him. "Yo, there are strange things every year, but there are a lot of them this year. I've really learned a lot," Feng Yong said jokingly. He was clearly fighting for her, but this woman's head was kicked by a donkey, and she actually bit back. "Everyone, stop talking. We're all young people. I think this person is also a student. Are you going to the capital?" Wen Jing acted as a peacemaker. "Yes, you're also going to the capital?" "A freshman?" Feng Yong asked curiously. "Let me tell you, our little Wan is a top student of Yenqing University. Do you know how powerful he is now?" Meng Yao seemed to have found a way to counterattack, and said as if he was showing off. "Yenqing University." Feng Yong turned around and glanced at Tang Jing, as if to say, "Boss, your schoolmate." Tang Jing smiled. There were many new students in the school and he was not interested in getting to know everyone. Even though the other party was a beauty, he was clearly friends with these two. From their friendship, he could tell that this person was a person of character, so he did not have much interest in this alumni. Tang Zheng was not someone who could not walk when he saw a beauty. After all, he did not lack beauties by his side. Meng Yao said proudly, "Do you know how powerful he is now? Let me tell you one more thing, our Ding Xiaowan is also the top scholar in the province. She has been on many television programs, and is even more powerful than that Takashi. Top scholar in liberal arts." Tang Zheng and Feng Yong were both shocked. This gentle and quiet girl was actually the top scorer in liberal arts, and Tang Zheng was the top scorer in science. The two top scorers actually sat on the same train. Tisk, Takashi is nothing, our boss. Hearing the other party mention Takashi, Feng Yong was very dissatisfied. This guy had stolen his boss's halo, and he had long been indignant. Just as he was about to publicize the heroic deeds of Tang Jing, he was stopped by Tang Jing. "Fatty, aren't you tired of talking so much?" Feng Yong was startled. He understood that his boss wanted to keep a low profile, so he snorted, glanced at the other party with disdain, and said, "Anyway, I'm telling you, Takashi is not a good person. Comparing him is simply lowering your status." Ding Xiaowan frowned. He stared straight at Feng Yong, and said, "This student, before criticizing others, please understand clearly, I have met Takashi before. He speaks well, studies hard, has a lot of knowledge, and has excellent results. He is a true good student." Ding Xiaowan was serious, and definitely did not seem to be joking. Feng Yong and Tang Zheng looked at each other. It was unbelievable. Takashi was actually worthy of such a high evaluation. "Are you kidding me?" Feng Yong's anger soared up. Wasn't this reversing the truth? "Ah, what a joke. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Takashi is nothing, he's just a clown, if not for our boss, cough cough." Tang Jing coughed dryly. Feng Yong was startled, and immediately kept quiet. His face flushed red. He could not publicize his boss's glorious deeds, but he could let a clown like Takashi flourish. It was truly too unreasonable. Tang Jing did not care about these trivial matters, and was even less interested in arguing with Takashi's brainless fans. He quickly got off the bed and pulled Feng Yong. "Let's go over there and get some wind." Without waiting for Feng Yong to react, he pulled him to the end of the carriage. "Humph, if you don't win, you'll run away, coward," Meng Yao said in disdain. Ding Xiaowan looked at their backs and shook his head in displeasure. He thought to himself, "This kind of person likes to stir up trouble and gossip, it's better not to provoke this kind of person." Chapter 256. Tang Jing persuaded Feng Yong for a long time before he finally dispelled the idea of spreading Tang Zheng's heroic deeds. However, Feng Yong was still indignant. "Boss, you don't know that during the time you were gone, the reports about Takashi were everywhere. Those who didn't know would think that he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Sogu, 360, so. Plus," Tang Jing laughed, "you already said that he's a clown, so let him jump a few more times. It's not a good thing to be too high profile in this society." Feng Yong nodded thoughtfully. "I understand, just like what my dad said, only half a bucket of water can make a ding-dang sound. Only a person like you, who is truly filled with water, will be ordinary. What's this called? Yes, the great Tao is formless, and the heavy sword has no edge." Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. "Fatty, you've improved quite a bit. You can even say such philosophical words." Feng Yong laughed embarrassedly. "It's all because of boss's teachings." Pausing for a moment, he looked in the direction of the bed and sighed. I originally thought that with a beauty, this trip would be much more interesting, but I didn't expect that it would be two brainless people who actually thought that Takashi was good. This way, we won't have anything in common, what a pity. Tang Jing patted his shoulder and said, all right, there are so many beauties in the capital, it's a sea of flowers waiting for you to pick them. You don't want to wander around the flowers and plants by the roadside. Feng Yong raised his neck and said, that's right, I want to throw myself into the sea of flowers. Boss, I promise you, in the first semester of university, I will find my soulmate. Soulmate. Ha, you have ambition, good luck. The two of them chatted and laughed as they returned to the bed, only to find two girls lying in front of Tang Zhang's bed, laughing. Shen Kuan, on the other hand, had a gloomy face, and said, he brought his pet on the train, this is against the rules, I'm going to tell the conductor. Just as he turned around, he met Tang Zhang and Feng Yong. Feng Yong glared and said, you dare. Do you believe that I will throw you off the train? Shen Kuan shrunk his neck and said, trying to scare me. I'm not afraid of you. Feng Yong cracked his knuckles. Is that so? Then let's give it a try. Hey, what are you two doing? Meng Yao stared at Feng Yong as if she was protecting her calf, her towering chest almost touching Feng Yong's fist. Feng Yong looked at her chest and swallowed his saliva. It was really King big, but this wretched look made Meng Yao frown. Hey, if you get any closer, I'll call you molester. Feng Yong resentfully took half a step back and said, molest you? Why don't you take a look at yourself? Move aside. Why are you blocking my boss's bed? Could it be that you want to sleep with him? Please, you're not qualified. Tang Jing realized that Feng Yong was becoming more and more sharp-tongued. As soon as he said that, the two girls' faces turned crimson and they subconsciously retreated. Their eyes seemed to shoot fire as they glared at Tang Jing. Tang Jing pretended not to see it and looked towards his bed. It turned out that Xiao Bai had already come out of his backpack and was lying on the bed with his big round eyes. Brat, clean your mouth. Shen Kuan roared. Feng Yong said disdainfully, you want to be a hero and save the beauty, right? Then you have to see if you have the ability to do so. Moreover, what I said was the truth, who knows how many beauties are lining up to chase after our boss. TSK, you don't even have a draft for bragging. It's just a piece of sh*t, and you're already beating yourself up. Xiao Wan, let's not waste words with him. The more we pay attention to him, the more excited he gets. Right, why bother with him? Let's play with us. Shen Kuan agreed. Ding Xiaowan bit her lips and asked, classmate, what breed of dog is this? Why have I never seen it before? Mutt. Tang Jing said without turning his head, and casually stuffed Xiao Bai back into his bag, causing it to look at him with hidden bitterness. How could this be a mutt? Its fur is so beautiful, but its eyes are actually red. I've never heard of it before. Ding Xiaowan seemed to be very knowledgeable about dogs. Tang Jing climbed onto the middle bunk and said, oh, since you made it sound so extraordinary, then let me tell you, it is a mysterious divine beast. Divine beast? Ding Xiaowan was stunned for a moment, while the other two couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shen Kuan said disdainfully, this is what you call bragging without a draft, a little mutt dares to say that it's a divine beast, F***ck. Bringing a mutt to school isn't embarrassing at all. Meng Yao said disdainfully. Stop talking. Ding Xiaowan advised embarrassedly, not bothering with this question anymore. Tang Jing closed his eyes and took a nap. After an unknown period of time, a stern voice suddenly sounded out, hey, get up, open your backpack for me to check. Tang Jing opened his eyes and discovered that the attendant was standing in front of his bed with a stern expression. His heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked toward Shinkuin, only to discover that he was standing in the middle of the aisle with his arms crossed, with a smile that was not a smile. Tang Jing immediately furrowed his eyebrows as this little brat alerted the train attendants. How despicable. However, he did not panic. He picked up his backpack and activated his true essence. Xiao Bai, who was originally hidden in the backpack, disappeared. Illusion technique. He was already at the 4th grade of the foundation establishment stage, and had long since become extremely proficient in illusions. He had used this move to allow Xiao Bai to pass through the security check. May I ask what's the matter? Tang Jing pretended to be at a loss and asked. Routine inspection. The attendant said coldly. Feng Yong also woke up and immediately understood what was going on. He looked nervously at the attendant, while Meng Yao was gloating, as if he was watching a good show, while Ding Xiaowan revealed a trace of worry. On the other hand, Tang Jing was calm and collected. He casually handed his bag over to the attendant and said, "Check it." The attendant did not expect Tang Jing to be so cooperative. He looked at him in surprise, then turned his head to look at Shinkuin without leaving a trace, only to see Shinkuin with a firm expression, nodding his head. The attendant was relieved. He thought to himself that he would not shed tears until he saw the coffin. He dared to casually bring a pet onto my train. If I don't catch you, who else would I catch? The attendant opened his backpack and looked left and right. There were only a few sets of simple clothes inside, and there was no sign of a puppy. Someone reported that you brought a pet dog onto the train. Where's the dog? The attendant went straight to the point and asked sternly. Tang Jing pretended to be at a loss, and said, "Pet dog. Where did this pet dog come from? Don't play any tricks with me. I've been a train attendant for decades. My eyes are fiery, don't even think about escaping my eyes." Tang Jing shrugged his shoulders and said, "You've already checked the backpack. Don't you know how to see if there are any pet dogs?" Feng Yong rolled his eyes and shouted, "I know where the pet dog is." Everyone could not help but be stunned. Weren't they in the same group? Could it be that they were fighting among themselves? The attendant was in high spirits and asked, "Quickly tell me, where is it?" Feng Yong pointed at Shinkuin and said, "Noah, isn't it right there? Even a blind person can see such a big pet dog. You can't be blind, right?" Ha! Tang Jing could not help but laugh out loud. Shinkuin's face immediately flushed red. The attendant knew that he had been teased and glared fiercely at Feng Yong. Feng Yong chuckled, not afraid at all, and then looked at Shinkuin provocatively. "Didn't you say that he had a pet dog in his backpack?" The attendant directly questioned Shinkuin. Shinkuin gritted his teeth and said, "There really is one. We all saw it. It's in his bag. I've been keeping an eye on it. There's no mistake. Then do you think I'm blind? I can't even see a dog. I. Shinkuin was speechless. Be careful. Don't look for trouble," the attendant said impatiently and left with large strides. Shinkuin looked at Tang Jing in disbelief and muttered to himself, "How is this possible? It's clearly in his bag, how can the attendant not see it? Please recommend." Chapter 257. The luxurious car blocked Tang Zheng's path, attracting the gazes of many people. Most of them were students and parents from various schools. A person walked down from the car. Everyone felt their eyes light up, a great beauty. This beauty was tall and slender, with a valiant and heroic appearance. She walked straight towards Tang Jing, causing many people to be extremely jealous. Why would a beauty look for that loser? Come and find me. Shinkuin was even more jealous. This beauty was completely different from Ding Xiaowan. Her aura was even stronger, and could almost instantly kill any girl at the scene. Ding Xiaowan and Meng Yao also had looks of disbelief on their faces. Why would that peerless beauty walk towards those two hoodlums, and even have a brilliant smile on her face? Tang Zheng looked at the person and laughed. This was not someone else, but Yi Dingdang. They had not seen each other for more than 2 months, and Yi Dingdang's temperament had changed greatly. She had become more mature, and perhaps this had something to do with her returning to the Ya family in the capital. Yi Dingdang stared fixedly at Tang Zheng. During this period of time, she had been training diligently, all so that she could surpass Tang Zheng on the day they reunited. Thus, she was currently concentrating on trying to discern his cultivation level. But in the end, she realized that all of this was futile. Tang Zheng was still that guy who was good at disguising himself, especially the faint 710 on the corner of his mouth. His faint smile made her involuntarily think of the bet between the two of them. Feng Yong touched Tang Zheng's shoulder and said enviously, "Boss, you actually called Big Sister Dingdang to pick you up. Wow, I'm so happy. Look at Big Sister Dingdang, she's getting more and more beautiful." Back then, he had tried his best to matchmake Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang. "I didn't ask her to come pick me up. I only told her parents when I would arrive in the capital." Wow, then Big Sister Dingdang is very attentive to Boss. "Boss, your chance has come," Feng Yong urged. Tang Zheng did not comment. Yi Dingdang walked up to the two of them and said, "Long time no see." Feng Yong couldn't help but nod. "That's right, Sister Dingdang. Our boss misses you so much after not seeing you for so long." Tang Zheng glared at him helplessly, but Feng Yong continued, "Sister Dingdang, on the train here, boss kept talking about you." "Huh, is that so?" Yi Dingdang squeezed out a suspicious smile. Tang Zheng kicked Feng Yong and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Have you been well in the capital?" "No, there are too many people around me. I'm not used to it," Yi Dingdang said truthfully. In the past 2 months, she had attended a lot of social events, which was completely different from the simple life of ordinary balance. She felt physically and mentally exhausted. "Sister Dingdang, you don't have to worry in the future. With boss protecting you, no one else will dare to disturb you," Feng Yong solemnly vowed. Yi Dingdang smiled and her gaze fell on Tang Zheng. She discovered that his temperament had changed a lot. He was more steady and did not have much of a sharp aura, but he gave people a very comfortable feeling of closeness. "My parents are waiting for you. Come with me." "Feng Yong, you come with us," Yi Dingdang said. Feng Yong shook his head and declined. "Sister Dingdang, I won't disturb your two-person world. I have to take advantage of the new beauties to find a target. Otherwise, if other people beat me to it, I will suffer a big loss. I don't have as much charm as boss, having beauties send themselves to him." Cough cough. Tang Zheng dryly coughed twice and kicked at Feng Yong. Feng Yong hastily dodged and pretended to complain. "Boss, you're so impatient. You can't wait to drive me away and enjoy your two-person world with Sister Dingdang." "All right then, I like to fulfill other people's wishes. I'm leaving." After he finished speaking, he carried his bag and quickly rushed into the crowd of new students. There were quite a few girls among them. Tang Zheng helplessly shook his head and embarrassedly said, "Don't listen to Fatty's nonsense." Yi Dingdang disapprovingly said, "I feel that he has become more cheerful and confident. This is good. This is all thanks to you. I still have to report. How about I personally go and see Uncle Yi and Auntie Feng another day?" Tang Zheng said. "You're going to Yenqing University, right?" Yi Dingdang pointed at the Yenqing University's new student reception area and asked. "Yes. What a coincidence. We'll be schoolmates in the future, so come home with me first." Then, we'll go to the school together to report. Ah, you're also from Yenching University. Tang Zhang was greatly surprised. Yeah, why aren't you happy to continue being my classmate? Huh, how could that be? Stop dawdling. Look at how many people are looking at you. Yi Dingdang teased. Tang Zheng looked around and there were indeed quite a few people looking at the two of them, because the contrast between the two of them was too great. No matter how one looked at it, Tang Zheng did not look like a rich person, while Yi Dingdang was not only young and beautiful, she also drove a luxurious car. No matter how one looked at it, they did not look like the same kind of people, but the two of them were chatting and laughing, and even had a bit of intimacy, so it was hard not to attract attention. Tang Jing did not want to be the center of attention, so he nodded and said, "All right then, let's go." The two of them got into the car, and the car sped away, causing people to want to know Tang Zhang's identity even more. They couldn't help but guess, and the ones who were the most surprised were none other than Ding Xiaowan and the other two. They looked at each other in dismay, unable to believe their eyes. Meng Yao was unable to close her mouth, and said, "Who exactly is that loser?" Ding Xiaowan and Shen Kuan shook their heads blankly. Ding Xiaowan's expression turned solemn, and said, "Who cares who he is, he's not a good person anyway." Tang Zheng was too lazy to care about other people's guesses. At this moment, he was sitting beside Yi Dingdang, watching her skillful driving. "Aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will be jealous when you look at me like that?" Yi Dingdang looked straight ahead, and teased with a smile that was not a smile. "I didn't do anything bad, why would she be jealous?" Yi Dingdang snorted, and thought to himself, "You already made a bet with me, wanting to take advantage of the fact that my cultivation is not stronger than yours, and then wanting me to marry you, isn't that a bad thing?" "Tang Jing, let me tell you a piece of bad news." Yi Dingdang turned her head and glanced at him, and said proudly, "What bad news? Could it be that Yi Xuanji did not keep his promise and let you marry that Song Yu?" Tang Zheng asked curiously. "It's not that, my cultivation is already at the 9th grade of the body refining stage. I believe that I will be able to reach the 1st grade of the natal stage very soon. I remember that you were only at the 7th grade of the body refining stage back then. Now that I have surpassed you, you have to admit that you are inferior to me in front of everyone." The corner of her mouth curled up into a complacent smile. Tang Zheng had almost forgotten about the bet with her, but seeing her bring it up again, he immediately remembered it. Looking at her complacent look, he couldn't help but find it funny. "Oh, is that so? Then I have to congratulate you. Your cultivation has increased so quickly. It seems that you have gained quite a bit during your time back in the capital." Of course. The Ya family was a large family, and Yi Xuanji had also broken through to the Great Master Realm, so he naturally had his own unique understanding of cultivation. Yi Tianlei's return to the Ya family was something that Yi Xuanji attached great importance to. Of course, Yi Dingdang also received some benefits, using the Ya family's resources to rapidly increase her own strength. "So remember to fulfill the bet," Yi Dingdang reminded. "Oh, what is our bet?" Tang Zheng asked despite knowing the answer. Yi Dingdang raised her eyebrows and said, "You won't pretend to be confused and not admit it, right?" "Fine, I'll remind you, my cultivation has surpassed yours, so you have to admit that you are inferior to me in front of everyone." "Oh, then what if you don't surpass me?" Tang Zheng blinked his eyes, and asked as if he was luring the enemy in. Yi Dingdang was embarrassed to answer. Tang Zheng beat her to it and said, "I remember that if you don't surpass me, then you have to marry me. I don't know if I remember correctly." "Yes." Yi Dingdang was quite open, and directly admitted it, "But I have already surpassed you, so your little abacus won't work." "Is that so? You are so confident that you have already surpassed me?" Tang Zheng stared straight at her. Her side profile was very beautiful, with a straight nose, red lips, and especially her delicate face. Her chest had also developed a little, it was a feast for the eyes. Tang Jing suddenly missed the days when he could bicker with her. Back when he was in the ordinary balance, this kind of bickering added a lot of fun to him. Of course I have surpassed you, I know you are embarrassed, a man should be open and aboveboard, you won't go back on your words, right? Of course I won't go back on my words, I'm just worried that you will. Tang Jing had a smile that was not a smile, that familiar smile made Yi Dingdang feel as if she had returned to the past. Every time he smiled like that, it seemed like something bad was going to happen. Yi Dingdang was a little nervous in her heart and said, "Don't think about getting away with it, when we get home later, admit it in front of everyone, a man, admitting that his skills are not as good as others, you won't die." Tang Jing laughed, "Hee, we'll talk about it when the time comes." The car drove into a single-family courtyard in the center of Beijing. This was the mansion of the Ye family. It was not like the rich people from other places who liked to have a large manor, it was a quiet place in the midst of chaos. This large courtyard was the residence of a high official in ancient times, it was antique and had a lot of history. Tang Jing saw Feng Xinyang's figure from afar, and when she saw Tang Jing, Feng Xinyang beamed with joy. "Little handsome, long time no see, I really missed you to death." As she spoke, she pinched Tang Jing's body left and right and praised, "Your bones are getting stronger and stronger, very good, looks like you haven't neglected your martial arts during this period of time." "Aunt Feng, are you used to living in Beijing?" Tang Jing was used to her intimacy and asked. Feng Xinyang secretly sighed and said in a low voice, "I'm not used to it. How can it be more comfortable than ordinary balance? But in life, there will always be times when life is not up to oneself, I will slowly get used to it." "Aunt Feng, this is not like your style." Seeing that Feng Xinyang was not as free and easy, Tang Jing was very curious. Feng Xinyang laughed, "The style will also change, I'll tell you when I have time later, let's go see the old man first." Tang Jing immediately remembered Yi Xuanji, and asked in surprise, "Why do I want to see him?" "About the martial organization." Feng Xinyang said in a low voice, "Your Uncle Yi and I returned to Beijing to investigate the martial organization, so naturally, we can't avoid the old man, so he has something to say to you." Tang Jing's heart trembled, and his expression became serious. The few of them came to the living room together, and before they even entered, they saw an enchanting figure quickly walk over and loudly shouted, "Yo, is this Dingdang's fiancé? This is the first time the son-in-law has come to visit." Chapter 258. Looking towards the direction of the enchanting voice, a beautiful figure jumped into his eyes. She was dressed fashionably, a little revealing, and her flat stomach could be seen. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, unable to hide his ridicule. He arrogantly sized up Tang Jing, then curled his lips and said, "Ding Dang, your taste is very unique, to have found such a fiancé." Yi Dingdang suddenly remembered that in order to get rid of Song Yu, she had asked Tang Jing to lie and say that he was her fiancé. She did not expect that even Yi Meiyu knew about this. Her face darkened as she said, "Yi Meiyu, you don't need to worry about my matters. Hee, since you've done it, why are you afraid of others talking about it? Ignoring the interests of the family, you actually found such a poor brat outside." Yi Meiyu said jokingly. The other party's surname was Yi, so she was definitely a member of the Ya family. To dare to mock and ridicule Yi Dingdang like this, she must be her uncle's daughter. Tang Jing did not guess wrongly. Yi Xuanji had 2 sons, Yi Tianlei was the second son, and the eldest was called Yi Tianming. Yi Tianming had a son and a daughter, and this Yi Meiyu was Yi Tianming's daughter. However, her reputation in the capital was not very good, and although she was only in her 20s, there were many people under her skirt. In this period of time, Yi Dingdang and this cousin of his did not get along well, and received a lot of ridicule. However, who was Yi Dingdang? She even dared to talk back to him, let alone Yimeyu. Yimeyu had suffered a few losses and had long harbored hatred in her heart. Today, when she found out that Tang Jing had come to her house, how could she let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? You don't need to worry about my matters. But you, Yi Ding-dang, aren't you going to look for those people under your skirt today? Yi Ding-dang retorted. Yimeyu did not feel ashamed, but instead felt proud as she giggled. My pursuers are more than 100 times better than your fiancé. Don't blame your elder sister for not taking care of you. If you want to change, I can give one to you. Tang Zheng was taken aback. This woman was really thick-skinned. The infighting in this big family was really serious. Who cares about those servants under your skirt? You should just keep them for yourself to enjoy. Yi Dingdang finished speaking and walked towards the guest hall without looking back. Feng Xinyang's face was also gloomy. She asked Tang Zheng to go to the reception room with her. Tang Zheng said that Feng Xinyang had really changed a lot. If it were her original temperament, she would have flipped out. Handsome, it's not that easy to enter the Ya family. When Tang Zheng passed by, Yimeyu teasingly reminded him. Thank you for reminding me. Tang Zheng nodded with a smile. Yimeyu looked at him in surprise, and said, You're not handsome, but your skin is quite thick. Tang Zheng pretended not to hear. There was no need to tangle with this kind of person. When the few of them walked into the reception hall, they saw Yi Xuanji sitting in the middle, and Yi Tianlei sitting at the bottom. Seeing Tang Zheng enter, Yi Tianlei warmly welcomed him. Xiao Tang, long time no see. Uncle Yi, it seems that your cultivation has improved quite a bit. Tang Zheng laughed. Ah, your fiery eyes of truth are getting more and more powerful. Yi Tianlei had indeed improved a lot. Ever since he reached the first grade of the pre-celestial stage, he had been working even harder in his cultivation, and was almost at the threshold of the second grade of the pre-celestial stage. Yi Xuanji looked at Tang Zheng expressionlessly and continued to sip his tea. Yi Xuanji's feelings for Tang Zheng were too complicated. If not for Tang Zheng back then, Yi Xuanji would have already died. Therefore, Tang Zheng was Yi Xuanji's savior. However, due to the fact that Tang Zheng had a lot of friction with Yi Dingdang during the marriage and the subsequent exchange of life-continuing pills, it made Yi Xuanji feel extremely embarrassed. If it wasn't for the fact that it was related to the martial sect, Yi Xuanji wouldn't have ignored the awkwardness and personally met Tang Zheng. I'm the one who has improved the most. Seeing them flattering each other, Yi Dingdang obviously wouldn't let them, and impatiently said, Tang Zheng, you just admitted it, in front of everyone, that your skills are inferior. Since there are no outsiders now, just admit it. Why should I admit it? You're shameless, you clearly agreed just now. Oh, you mean I'll only admit it if you surpass me, right? That's right. But you're only a 9th grade body refinement realm cultivator, you haven't surpassed me. Tang Zheng said truthfully. What, a 9th grade body refinement realm cultivator hasn't surpassed you? Yi Dingdang turned pale with fright, and even the other three were shocked. Yi Xuanji's hand that was holding onto the teacup froze for a moment, and then he stared at Tang Zheng with a gaze like lightning, but was still unable to see through his cultivation. You're shameless, I remember you were a 7th grade body refinement realm cultivator, how can you surpass me? Yi Dingdang was in disbelief. Yi Tianlei solemnly asked, Little Tang, what's your cultivation now? 4th grade natal stage. Tang Zheng lightly said, but these words were like a clap of thunder, causing the surprise on their faces to become even stronger. Yi Dingdang shouted, How is this possible? In just 2 months, you've crossed 6 grades. Her breathing was a little uneven. Is he still human? Compared to this kind of monster, how could she win? The gap between the two of them was getting bigger and bigger, making her feel a strong sense of powerlessness. The other three also stared at Tang Zheng as if they were looking at a freak. He didn't need to lie. What he said was definitely true, but no matter how they listened to it, it still sounded like a lie. Yi Xuanji's face also tensed up. This kind of cultivation genius, while his wings were still not fully grown, the Ye family should not become enemies with him, but should try their best to rope him in. In almost an instant, Yi Xuanji's attitude towards Tang Jing underwent a complete change. Yi Xuanji is the head of the family, good at weighing the pros and cons, and is also a practical person. Even if he was unhappy with Tang Jing before, at least there was no spear or shield that could not be used. Moreover, Tang Jing has a master stage master behind him. This made the Ye family even more unable to become enemies with him. If the master stage master behind this brat is exposed, it will definitely attract the attention of the big families. The Ye family has a unique advantage, why not make use of it? Yi Xuanji thought silently, and looked at Yi Dingdang thoughtfully. Just how did you do it? Yi Dingdang only regained her senses after a while. She patted her chest and asked in bewilderment. Tang Jing pretended to be mysterious and smiled. The reason why he could be so fast was because he had so much spiritual energy, demon beast cores, and beast king blood essence. Seeing that Tang Jing did not answer, Feng Xinyang pulled her daughter. This was Tang Jing's secret, how could he reveal it to others so easily? Yi Dingdang curled her lips in dissatisfaction, but also became guilty. This guilty conscience was coincidentally discovered by Tang Jing, and said in a low voice, "Just now, who said that the loser must keep his promise? Can I take it that you are now willing to marry me?" Yi Dingdang's face became embarrassed, and blushed. She fiercely glared at him and said, "I have brought him back, I still have something to do, so I will go out first." Finished speaking, she ran away like a wisp of smoke. Tang Jing laughed mischievously in his heart. "Little fellow, when you made a bet with me, you didn't think that you would be digging a hole for yourself, and now you have fallen into the hole yourself." The two whispered, but the others could hear it clearly. After all, there were no mediocre people here. Yi Tianlei and Yi Xuanji looked at each other. Yi Tianlei read some deep meaning from his father's eyes, and his heart shook. Could it be that the old man also decided to turn the fake into a real show? How could a smart person like Yi Xuanji not see through the scheme of his fiancée? It was just that he did not mention it later on, but this time, Tang Jing's performance made Yi Xuanji feel a little moved. The children of a big family had to contribute to the family's interests. Since Yi Dingdang did not have any feelings for Songyu, but her relationship with Tang Jing was very obvious, and now that they had already offended the Song family, if they still rejected Tang Jing, it would be a pity. Feng Xinyang rolled her eyes, and also saw the thoughts of the father and son of the Ye family, and was secretly happy. She had long since tried to matchmake Tang Jing and Yi Dingdang, and was even more happy to see it happen. Tang Jing did not know that the three of them had so many thoughts running through their minds in an instant. He glanced at Yi Xuanji, then looked at Yi Tianlei and said, "Uncle Yi, what's the matter with the martial organization?" When the martial organization was mentioned, their faces instantly became gloomy. Yi Tianlei looked at Yi Xuanji, and seeing Yi Xuanji nod, he said, "Regarding the news of the martial organization, we only confirmed it a few days ago." After Marshall returned, she was unconscious for a period of time, and when she woke up, she lost her memory, and actually forgot about the ordinary balance. This is one of the reasons why the ordinary balance is so peaceful. Tang Jing suddenly realized, but that martial organization only lost her memory, it was really too easy for her. Back then, he and Shishir almost died in her hands. If she did not summon the Ghost General, then he really would not be standing here. So, the threat of the martial organization is temporarily eliminated, but if one day martial organization recovers her memory, then everything will be a hidden danger. Feng Xinyang said. Yi Xuanji, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stared at Tang Jing and asked, "The thorn in the martial organization side is the cultivators, why would they appear in the ordinary balance, and even target you? This is something you have not explained clearly." Tang Zhang's expression turned cold. This old fox indeed had discerning eyes. Back then, he did not tell Yi Tianlei and his wife the truth because he was worried that his identity would be exposed. Now that Yi Xuanji mentioned it again, it was even more impossible for him to expose his identity. The Ya family was so afraid of the martial organization. If Yi Xuanji used his life to exchange for benefits with the martial organization, then he would not even have a place to cry. Therefore, he still pretended to be at a loss and said, "The people of the martial organization willfully kill the innocent. How would I know their purpose? Moreover, what are the cultivators you are talking about? Why have I never heard of them? You don't know about cultivators?" Yi Xuanji stared at him with shining eyes. Tang Jing blankly shook his head. "I don't know, what is it?" He looked straight at Yi Xuanji and did not show the slightest bit of difference. Yi Xuanji was defeated. He really could not see any clues from Tang Zhang's body. Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang could not help but be a little nervous. They did not know about cultivators before. It was only after investigating the martial organization that they found out that the world was big and full of strange things. There was actually a mysterious group called cultivators. "Old man, cultivators are so mysterious. We did not know about them before. How did he know?" Feng Xinyang helped Tang Jing out of his predicament. Yi Xuanji retracted his gaze. He only had suspicions. He did not have any concrete evidence. Tang Jing sighed in relief. This old fox was too smart. He almost got to the bottom of the matter. He originally wanted to ask about the Li Palace and the Azure Dragon Palace, but now it seemed that he could only bury his doubts in his stomach. Otherwise, seeing that he knew so much, Yi Xuanji would be suspicious again. Chapter 259. Tang Zhang and Yi Dingdang sat in the car, staring at each other. Just now, Tang Zhang had eaten at the Ya family, so he and Yi Dingdang went to Yenqing University to report. Yi Dingdang wanted to keep a low profile, so she did not drive and instead called a taxi. However, Yi Dingdang was still angry that her cultivation did not surpass Tang Zhang's. "What did you say to my parents just now?" Yi Dingdang angrily asked. Tang Zhang was at a loss and said, "I didn't say anything." "Humph, I don't believe you. Let me tell you, if you want me to fulfill my promise, there is no way. You already have a girlfriend. Do you want me to be the third party? Moreover, our bet did not have a time limit, so even if you are stronger than me now, I don't have to fulfill the bet," Yi Dingdang slyly said. Tang Jing rolled his eyes. This girl was really smart. She actually took advantage of this loophole. However, he did not intend to let the other party fulfill the bet, so he indifferently shrugged his shoulders. Looking at his appearance, Yi Dingdang thought that he was definitely up to no good, but she could not help but think of her mother's previous warning. If she really liked Tang Jing, then she had to work hard to win him over. Tang Zhang's potential was definitely limitless. This was also the old man's intention. Yi Dingdang was shocked. Feng Xinyang was interested in Pound. Even a blind person could see the matter with Tang Jing, but how did the old man change his mind and actually fall for Tang Jing? What is so good about Tang Jing? He is such a playboy. He already has a girlfriend. Do you want me to be the third party? While her thoughts were running wild, the taxi arrived at Yenqing University. Yenqing University had a long history and rich educational resources. It was the top university in the country, and its ancient school gate showed its deep history. There were already many private cars parked near the school gate. There were local and foreign license plates everywhere, and they were basically all luxury cars. If they were not luxury cars, they would be embarrassed to drive here. Many people were carrying large and small bags. Their faces were slightly childish, but they were filled with infinite expectation as they looked at this awe-inspiring school, looking forward to their university days. Tang Zhang was carrying a backpack, but Yi Dingdang was not so simple. She had 2 huge suitcases and a big backpack. Tang Zhang laughed at her and wondered if she had moved her home here. Yi Dingdang rolled her eyes at him. She dragged a suitcase in each hand and walked side by side with Tang Jing. What attracted students the most in a university? Of course, it was handsome men and beautiful women. Especially beautiful women. Not only could they attract the attention of handsome men, but they could also attract beautiful women. Of course, they had to reach a certain level of beauty. Mediocre people could only be passers-by. Tang Zhang was now a passerby. Although his height had reached 1.8 meters and his body was well proportioned, he could only be considered a model. However, his appearance could only be considered above average. He could not be considered a god that could shock the world. Compared to Yi Dingdang, he paled in comparison. Not only was Yi Dingdang tall, her height of more than 1.7 meters was enough to look down on most girls. Moreover, she was wearing denim shorts, and her slender and straight beautiful legs were in full view. There was not a single scar on her legs, which deeply attracted people's attention. She was wearing a simple t-shirt on her upper body, and her black hair was draped over her shoulders, showing off her charm. She was pulling a heavy suitcase, which was a sharp contrast to Tang Zhang's empty hands. Moreover, the two of them got off from the same car. Everyone knew that they were together, but Tang Zhang's actions were simply outrageous. A boy was empty-handed, and a girl was dragging two big suitcases. Was there any gentlemanly behavior left? It was not only the boys, but even the girls could not stand it. Many people whispered and pointed, despising Tang Zhang's bad behavior to the extreme. However, Tang Zhang did not notice this at all. In his impression, Yi Dingdang was a martial artist. This kind of luggage was a piece of cake. Moreover, Yi Dingdang was a self-respecting and self-reliant person. Why would she need his help? Therefore, he felt at ease. Finally, there were people who could not stand it anymore. Such a great beauty dragging so much luggage was simply a stain on beauty. Thus, two quick-witted seniors immediately rushed up and said enthusiastically, "Student, which school are you from? Come, we'll help you with your luggage." "No need." Yi Dingdang refused. "It's okay. We're your seniors. It's normal for seniors to take care of juniors, unlike some people who don't even have any self-awareness as a man." As he spoke, he glanced at Tang Zhang. The meaning behind his words was self-evident. Tang Zhang looked at the two of them in surprise. What did this have to do with him? Why did it involve him? Seeing Tang Zhang's deflated expression, Yi Dingdang was secretly happy. Fortunately, she handed the luggage to the two seniors. The seniors looked as if they had received a treasure. They smiled happily and glanced at Tang Zhang proudly. It was as if they were saying, "Kid, you didn't cherish such a good opportunity. Today, your seniors will teach you a lesson." Yi Dingdang clapped her hands and teased, "Look at them. They're so much better than you. They're so helpful." When the seniors heard this, their faces bloomed with smiles and said, "Of course. Boys should take care of girls." Yi Dingdang patted Tang Zhang on the shoulder and said, "Did you hear that? Learn a little." Tang Zhang rolled his eyes and said, "It's not like you don't have hands and feet. Besides, this little bit of luggage is nothing." The seniors looked at him as if he was looking at an alien. "Junior, aren't you too awesome? You actually said it with such vigor. Are you planning to be alone for the rest of your life? You won't be able to pick up girls like this." Yi Dingdang was speechless. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're ruthless. Who asked you to bring so many things? It's as if you can't wait to move your home to school. Anyway, your home isn't far. Bring less things. In the future, you can go back to get them," Tang Jing said. Yi Dingdang curled her lips and did not argue with him. She said, "I'll go to your school to take a look first. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry." I'm curious why you chose the archaeology department. I like it. Tang Zhang's answer was simple and clear. There are very few girls in the archaeology department. This junior actually chose the archaeology department. It seems like he has really studied too much. He can only play around in his 4 years in university. A few seniors looked at each other and cursed silently. Tang Jing did not care about the thoughts of the few of them, and directly walked towards the new student reception area of the archaeology department. Yi Dingdang accompanied by his side, and the 2 seniors tried to curry favor with him, but Yi Dingdang ignored them. Most of the time, they were looking for Tang Jing to talk to, but Tang Jing ignored them, which made the seniors feel defeated. What's so good about this brat? He doesn't understand the situation. Our senior's concern is meticulous, and he actually ignores us. Tang Zhang and Yi Dingdang walked in front, while the seniors dragged their luggage behind them. They looked like their little brothers, causing the 2 of them to feel extremely aggrieved. They originally thought that they could get close to such a beautiful junior sister, but they were only treated as coolies. The archaeology department was a small department, and there were very few people reporting to it. There were 3 boys sitting at the reporting area, wearing thick glasses and dressed very simply. At this moment, the few of them were whispering excitedly. I heard that a beautiful junior sister came to our department? That's right, she's too beautiful. In the past, people said that even the mosquitoes in the archaeology department were male. This time, a beautiful junior sister has finally come, and she's even at the level of a school beauty. Now, our department can turn things around. Right, I was the one who sent her to the dormitory. Wow, that feeling was really great. Then you didn't ask for a phone number or WeChat? The boy scratched his head and said shyly, I'm sorry. TSK, what a waste of opportunity. Suddenly, the 3 of them saw 2 pairs of legs in front of them. One of them was a pair of smooth long legs that were especially attractive. The 3 of them swallowed their saliva and looked at each other. Could it be that the archaeology department was really going to turn things around? Another beautiful junior sister. The 3 of them raised their heads and happened to see the youthful and beautiful Yi Dingdang. Their hearts couldn't help but beat faster. One of them was more quick-witted and quickly said, Junior sister, are you from our archaeology department? Yi Dingdang remained calm and smiled. In that instant, the 3 of them almost had a nosebleed. They thought to themselves that they couldn't stand it. This was even more charming than the junior sister from before. Looking at the 3 of them, Tang Zheng could not help but smile bitterly. Did he report the wrong department? The reactions of these 3 seniors were too exaggerated. In fact, Tang Zheng was a well-fed man who did not know the hunger of the hungry. The archaeology department was a small department to begin with, and there were very few girls who were willing to apply for the archaeology department. If there were 1 or 2 girls every year, it would be a blessing from the heavens. A beauty like Yi Dingdang had almost exceeded the limits of their imagination. With such a beauty in the archaeology department, even if they could not get close to her, they would still feel honored just thinking about it. Cough cough. Tang Zheng coughed dryly and said, I'm the one who reported, not her. The 3 of them were pulled back from their souls. They were greatly disappointed and looked at Tang Zheng with teary faces. Why is it you, not her? Tang Zheng was so angry at the 3 of them that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then why don't you ask her if she wants to change departments? The 3 of them were dejected. Changing departments, stop joking. Unexpectedly, Yi Dingdang rolled her eyes and said, It's not impossible to change departments, but you have to promise me one condition. The 3 of them immediately raised their heads, overjoyed at the unexpected good news. The 2 seniors behind them were shocked. What kind of magic did this junior brother have, to actually be able to make such a stunning junior sister willingly transfer to him with just 1 sentence? Tang Zheng ignored the senior's fervent gaze and shook his head. I won't fall for your trick. Is your condition that easy to achieve? Yi Dingdang curled her lips and said, "Stingy brat, forget it, I won't accompany you anymore. I have to report as well. After everything is done, remember to call my mother to tell her that you're safe. Otherwise, she'll call me again to ask me questions." "Got it," Tang Zheng said casually. When the others heard this, they were about to kneel down. No wonder this junior brother was so fierce and his attitude was so casual. It turned out that he had even taken care of his husband and mother. They were almost in despair as they looked at Tang Jing indignantly. "Junior brother, you're so fierce, does your family know? Are you going to give us a way out?" Chapter 260. Under the guidance of a senior, Tang Jing went through the admission procedures, paid the tuition fees, and was brought to the dormitory. Free novel portal along the way, the senior tried his best to persuade Tang Jing to agree to Yi Dingdang's conditions and let her transfer to another department, increasing the quality of the girls in the archaeology department. Tang Jing laughed and did not reply. After arriving at the dormitory, the senior sighed and left resentfully. There were a total of 4 members in the dormitory, and the other 3 had already arrived. They were the tall Sinosaurus, the elegant Zhou Yan, and the simple-dressed Wang Shiji. Amongst them, only Zhou Yan was sent here by his parents. His parents looked like officials, serious in speech and manner, but they were not too domineering and arrogant. Wang Shiji's family was obviously poor. His luggage was 2 nylon bags, and other than his clothes, there was also a half-old quilt. It was obvious that he had brought it from home, and he was also shy and did not want to speak much. Zhou Yan was the most cheerful, livening up the atmosphere, while Dou Long would occasionally interject a few words, which was just right. In short, those who were able to enter this top academy were not idiots, and did not have the attitude of looking down on others. Who knew what other people would do in the future? This school was filled with geniuses. Since their family conditions were poor in the past, who could guarantee that they would be poor in the future? Therefore, it was safest to manage this friendship between classmates well. Tang Jing also quickly integrated into this small group. Zhou Yan's parents treated everyone in the dormitory to a meal. The standard was neither high nor low, it was just right. Tang Zhang's university life began just like that. With a little curiosity, a little novelty, there weren't many waves. After resting for a day, military uniforms were distributed and military training began. On the huge field, there were several square formations, a sea of camouflage uniforms. Many people quietly looked around, searching for the beautiful figures in the sea of camouflage. Tang Zheng looked at the instructors of this military training with interest. The instructors of Yenqing University's military training were not from the academy, but the elites of the army. It was said that many of them were warriors who had seen blood before. Every year, there would be outstanding people who would be recruited by the army. After graduation, they would work in the army, so many people would want to perform well in the military training. Even if they did not join the army in the future, showing their faces in front of the school's leaders and having a good impression of them would be precious. Tang Jing did not have these messy thoughts, he was purely curious. Looking at the few officers on the stage, his pupils could not help but shrink. As if he had sensed something, one of the officers suddenly turned his head and looked in Tang Zheng's direction. Tang Jing immediately lowered his head, not letting the other party notice anything strange. However, the corners of his mouth slightly. Interesting, there were actually a few martial artists among the instructors, and that 30-something-year-old instructor was actually a second-grade post-celestial stage martial artist. He was indeed an elite of the army. Tang Jing could not help but look forward to the military training. Hey, OL3, look at that beauty on the left. She's really beautiful. She's in the same square formation as us. I wonder which department she's from. Sinosaurus lightly touched Tang Zheng's shoulder and said softly. There was only one class in the archaeology department, so they were in a square formation with the other faculties. Tang Zhang's dormitory was arranged according to age. Wang Shiji was the eldest, Sinosaurus was the second, Tang Zhang was the third, and Zhou Yan was the youngest. However, the few of them were mentally young. It was obvious that the eldest, Wang Shiji, was relatively small and timid. If you see a beautiful person, hurry up and make your move. Otherwise, if others beat you to it, you'll suffer a huge loss. Tang Zhang encouraged without batting an eyelid. Although Sinosaurus was tall and strong, there were a lot of pimples on his face. When he laughed, the pimples were especially conspicuous. I heard that a great beauty came to our archaeology department this time. Do you think it's her? Oh, is she really that beautiful? Tang Zhang's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but remember the whispers of the seniors when they were reporting. They were also praising this so-called beauty from their department, and he wanted to see just what kind of beauty she was. You'll know once you take a look. I'm not lying to you. Sinosaurus said, I wonder what this beauty's name is and what she likes. I'll go ask around later. Tang Zhang turned his head slightly. There were a few girls on the left, but among the 10,000 flowers, there was only one flower that was the most dazzling. Tang Zhang immediately recognized it, but he was stunned. This person was actually Ding Xiaowan. The two of them had met once on the train, and Tang Zhang had determined that Ding Xiaowan was Gao Daji's brainless fan, so he did not have a good impression of her. He did not expect to meet her again so soon, and it was even a square formation. Hee, Lao San, isn't she beautiful? You're stunned. Sinosaurus laughed mischievously. Tang Zhang retracted his gaze and said indifferently, Not bad, I encourage you to chase after her. Maybe she likes you. This little girl was a brainless fan of Takashi, so of course she couldn't let Takashi off so easily. It was a good choice to encourage Sinosaurus to launch an attack. Sinosaurus's confidence was high. I also think that she will like me. Look at how powerful I am, I can definitely give people a sense of security. Don't women like to have a sense of security? Yes, wise words. Do your best. Damn, Lao San, look at the stage. Why are there so many beauties this year? She's also a complete beauty, and she's even more charming. She's valiant and heroic, and she's full of heroic spirit. She's not even inferior to those instructors. Suddenly, Sinosaurus exclaimed in a low voice, stretching out his long neck to look around. The colonel and military leaders on the stage had finished speaking, and now it was time for the student representative to speak. This student representative was actually Yi Dingdang. Yi Dingdang's heroic spirit was in harmony with the atmosphere of the military training. She had a straight face as she read out her speech. Her voice was sonorous and powerful, just like a rose in the army. Wow, such a beauty is tall, with long legs, big breasts, and a thin waist. She has a perfect body, and she's also so stylish. This is the best. Sinosaurus smacked his lips as he praised. The other boys also looked at Yi Dingdang with eager eyes, captivated by her beauty. Yi Dingdang's expression was calm as she read the script while her gaze swept across the square, looking for Tang Zhang's figure. Yi Dingdang not only had a good temperament and image, but more importantly, she had an illustrious background. So when the school chose the representative to speak, she was chosen. Originally, she did not want to show her face, but later, she thought that her martial arts were not better than Tang Zhang's, so she could surpass him in other aspects. It could be considered another kind of victory. She knew that Tang Zhang was definitely looking at her, so she could not help but ponder, Humph, Tang Zhang, this lady will not admit defeat. The more I fight, the braver I become. Just you wait and see. Suddenly, her gaze swept across Tang Zhang's square. Although everyone was wearing the same uniform, she still recognized him at a glance. She was all too familiar with his temperament. Their eyes met, and a hint of provocation flashed in her eyes. The corner of her mouth hooked up into a faint smile. How could Tang Jing not understand her thoughts? He could not help but smile bitterly. Yi Dingdong's competitive nature had not changed at all. Instead, she had been beaten down by him too many times, and had become more and more intense. Wow, OL3, look at her smiling at me. Has she fallen for me? Sinosaurus's heartbeat quickened as he said excitedly. Tang Jing pretended to be serious and said, "It is possible. You can go and confess later." It's too sudden, that's not good. Maybe he likes to make sudden attacks. Otherwise, if someone else gets there first, you won't have a chance. Tang Jing urged. Let's wait and see. Sinosaurus felt a little guilty. After all, Yi Dingdong's powerful aura was worlds apart from Ding Xiaowan's. Normal people would not have the courage to do so. After the speech, the military training began. The instructor who had been standing in front of the square formation like a javelin finally opened his mouth. His gaze was like lightning as he directly stared at Tang Jing and Sinosaurus. He pointed at the two of them and said, "You guys like to talk a lot, right? Let me tell you, in my team, without my orders, you are not allowed to say a single word. Even if you fart, you have to report it." The instructor's barbaric style shocked everyone. Sinosaurus, however, was not afraid. He rolled his eyes and said loudly, reporting to the instructor, "I want to fart." Ha! The crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud. The instructor's face instantly darkened to the extreme. He gritted his teeth and said, "You want to fart, right? Then I'll approve of you. If you don't let it out, then stand and do 200 push-ups." "Yes, sir," Sinosaurus said seriously. Puff! A loud fart shook the heavens and the earth. Everyone subconsciously scattered to the side. Damn, this person was really farting, it was 2F** King Smelly. Tang Jing leaned against Sinosaurus and immediately held his breath to prevent himself from being attacked by the poison gas bomb. He could not help but sigh in his heart, this brother was truly a talent. He had thought that Sinosaurus was just playing around, he never thought that he would really be able to fart. Suddenly, Tang Jing and Sinosaurus were the only ones left in the square formation. They stood there motionlessly, undoubtedly becoming the center of attention. The instructor's face almost turned green. After teaching so many batches of students, he had encountered many weirdos, but there was only one weirdo like this, it made him lose face. Sinosaurus looked relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the instructor with a smirk. "You two, stand at the front. The rest of you, stand in line." The instructor noticed that everyone was looking at him, especially the military leaders, who were frowning. This made him feel even more pressure and anger. This group of geniuses needed to be fiercely drilled to show their strength. Since someone provoked them, then they would kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Once these two troublemakers were suppressed, the others would naturally not dare to cause trouble. Almost every year, there would be troublemakers in the military training. The instructor was already used to it and had plenty of ways to deal with them. However, this was the first time he had seen Sinosaurus, this weirdo who was farting and causing trouble. He was somewhat caught off guard. Tang Jing's face was bitter. What did this have to do with him? Why did it involve him? Reporting to the instructor, "Didn't you say that I wouldn't be punished if I farted?" Sinosaurus was unhappy, "I was following your orders." The instructor rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not talking about this. Just now when the leader was speaking, the two of you were whispering. Don't think that I don't know, so this is the punishment for the two of you disobeying the order just now." Lie down, do 200 standard push-ups, then run 3,000 meters. For students who were locked up in a greenhouse all year round, this amount of exercise was almost impossible to complete. Moreover, to be able to be admitted to such a top university, they were almost completely devoted to their studies during high school and did not have much time to exercise. Therefore, the instructor was confident that he could use this matter to warn the other party and kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Chapter 261. When the others heard this punishment, their faces all changed. This set of punishment would probably cause them to collapse from exhaustion. Thus, many people looked at the instructor with eyes filled with reverence. Reading comfortably actually, the one with the most complicated feelings was none other than Ding Xiaowan. The moment she saw Tang Jing, she almost couldn't believe her eyes. How could this hoodlum be a student of Swallow Capital University, and even be in the same formation as her? She couldn't help but think of the scene at the train station. He was picked up by a tall beauty in a luxurious car. The others guessed for a long time, but none of them could guess who he was. Just now, when Ding Xiaowan saw Yi Dingyi on the stage, she immediately recognized her as the tall beauty who drove the luxurious car. And now, Tang Zheng was standing in front of her alive, causing her to have mixed feelings. She originally thought that he was a hoodlum, and at most, he would only go to a third-rate university, but now, he had become her schoolmate. Sinosaurus glanced at Tang Zheng and said, "Instructor, you have wronged a good person. Just now, I was talking to myself and he did not say anything. It is not fair for you to punish him." The instructor frowned, and said, "You still want to listen to loyalty, right? Today, I will let you know that military training is not treating you to a meal. You have come to the wrong place." Tang Zheng looked at Sinosaurus in astonishment. This big guy actually helped him out, and he couldn't help but have a good impression of this roommate. Sinosaurus curled his lips. "Instructor, look at how thin his body is. If you want to torment him like this, be careful that he doesn't die, then the gains won't make up for the losses." The instructor glanced at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was not thin compared to ordinary people, but compared to Sinosaurus who had a tiger's back and a bear's waist, he was a little thin. But facing Sinosaurus's provocation, how could the instructor retreat? He shouted, "You still dare to threaten me? Neither of you can escape, you must accept the punishment together." Sinosaurus helplessly shrugged his shoulders and patted Tang Zheng's shoulder. "Third brother, if you can't take it, just say it. At most, I'll help you take the punishment." Tang Zheng smiled and shook his head. "No need." Seeing how relaxed the two of them were, the instructor was furious. "Since you don't care about this little punishment, I'll give you a harsh one. Since the two of you said so, then the punishment will be doubled. Otherwise, you won't understand the severity of your mistake." The instructor looked at the two of them proudly. Sinosaurus's expression changed slightly. Even with his physique, it was almost impossible for him to finish 2 to 4 push-ups in one go and then run 6 kilometers continuously. F***ck, how ruthless, Sinosaurus cursed. When the instructor saw that Sinosaurus's expression had changed slightly, he felt proud in his heart. "Kid, I don't believe that I can't teach you a lesson." But when he turned to look at Tang Zheng, he found that Tang Zheng's expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This kid didn't seem to be afraid at all. "You're pretending to be calm now, but you'll be complaining later." The instructor thought in his heart and shouted, "Push-ups." The two of them had no choice but to lie down and do push-ups while the others watched with rapt attention. The two of them went up and down and did 50 push-ups in a short while, but they still acted as if nothing had happened. Everyone was secretly speechless. Everyone could see that Sinosaurus's physique was good, but they never expected that Tang Zheng's physique was not inferior. Under the scorching sun, beads of sweat appeared on the two of their foreheads, but their movements did not stop at all. At this moment, even the instructor's eyes flashed with surprise. The physique of the two of them was really good, especially the silent kid. He didn't seem to show his talent, but he actually had such endurance. The instructor paid more attention to Tang Zhang and found that his breathing was not the slightest bit disordered, but Sinosaurus's breathing was a little hurried. Especially after 200 push-ups, Sinosaurus's hands began to tremble, and his movements became slower and slower. His back was completely soaked, and his face was sweating like rain. His cheeks were flushed, and his breathing was rapid like a bellows. On the other hand, Tang Zhang's forehead only had a few beads of sweat. His breathing was normal, and his face was calm, as if he was just taking a stroll. This punishment was really not difficult for Tang Zhang. The true qi in his body was running in his meridians, completely offsetting the heat. His whole body was just doing the simplest mechanical movements. The instructor's face finally changed, and he stared straight at Tang Zhang. It was difficult to hide the surprise in his heart. This kid's physique is too strong. Even if he was to do such high-intensity movements, it would be impossible for him to do it like Tang Zhang. The other students looked at Tang Zhang as if they were looking at an alien. Even an idiot would know how awesome this was, but Tang Zhang was able to do it so easily. In the square, many girls looked at Tang Zhang with eager eyes. The boys even speculated with bad intentions. This brother's physical strength is so strong, his skills in bed must be very good. Paw! Suddenly, Sinosaurus pushed up to 300 push-ups, and finally couldn't hold on anymore. He lay on the ground, his face red, and he was panting like an ox. "How is it?" Tang Zhang asked. "Damn, the instructor is really ruthless. I'm exhausted. I can't hold on anymore," Sinosaurus said weakly. The instructor finally showed a trace of pride. "Kid, didn't you provoke me? Now you know how powerful I am. Get up and continue. This is only 300. You haven't finished the task yet," the instructor said without any trace of politeness. "Weren't you very powerful just now? Why can't you do it now?" Sinosaurus wanted to die. This instructor was too sinister. He actually added so many push-ups all of a sudden. It completely exceeded his load. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Tang Zhang. He found that he was doing it very easily. It didn't seem like he was suffering, but rather like he was enjoying it. Damn, Lao San is the one hiding his strength. I actually misjudged him. Sinosaurus rolled his eyes. Tang Zhang stopped, looked up at the instructor and said, "Instructor, I'll do the rest for him." The instructor's eyes trembled as he stared at Tang Zhang. He was very shocked. This kid had already done 300 push-ups, and he was still able to continue. Then what was his limit? "Okay, since you want to be brave, then I'll help you. But if you want to do it in his place, then it won't be 100, but 200. The others were shocked. 200. That meant they had to do 600 push-ups in one go. Just thinking about this number made their backs ache. Everyone looked at Tang Zhang. They felt that he definitely wouldn't be able to accept this kind of punishment. Only a fool would agree. Sinosaurus also got up again. As he prepared to continue, he advised, "It's okay, Lao San, I'll do it. Instructor, you have to keep your word. I'll continue." Tang Zhang touched the ground with one hand and patted Sinosaurus on the shoulder with the other hand and said, "It's okay, I'll do it." As he spoke, Tang Zhang actually used one hand to do a few push-ups. Sinosaurus was stunned. He hesitated and nodded. Previously, he and Do Long had maintained the same rhythm, and their speed was not fast. Now that he was alone, his speed quickly increased, and everyone felt as if they were looking at a machine, moving endlessly, without the slightest pause, as if they were looking at a machine, moving endlessly, without the slightest pause, as smooth as flowing water. Sinosaurus sat at the side. He was dumbfounded and sucked in a breath of cold air. The other students' eyes were about to pop out. How could this kid's body be so strong? The instructor was flabbergasted. Was this kid still human? He subconsciously looked at the high platform and found that the leader was also looking in his direction. One of them had an eagle-like gaze. It was the commander of this military training, Kai Guibin. He was the one who had noticed Tang Zheng's gaze. At this moment, seeing a student actually do a few hundred push-ups, he couldn't help but be curious. If such a good seedling was nurtured in the army, he would definitely become an outstanding soldier. He walked straight over. When the instructor saw the commander coming, he became nervous and quickly saluted. Kai Guibin nodded and asked, "How many have you done?" 500. The instructor was speechless. Kai Guibin nodded and stared straight at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng seemed to feel something. He raised his head and looked at Kai Guibin before continuing to work hard. This kid's body didn't have the slightest fluctuation of internal strength. He wasn't a martial artist. How could he have such strong physical strength? The other students were also excited by Tang Zheng's actions. Many of them had already started to count to him. 560, 561, 598, come on, 599, 600, wow. It was unknown who took the lead, but the applause was thunderous. Everyone cheered. Even the people from the other square formations looked over. Tang Zheng flipped over and cleanly stood up, saying, reporting to instructor, "It is done." The instructor smacked his lips. He couldn't hide his surprise. He was at a loss. He didn't know if he should continue the punishment. He subconsciously looked at the commander but saw the commander nodding calmly. The instructor's face sank. "Run. And you've rested for so long. Don't even think about slacking off." Sinosaurus immediately jumped up from the ground. He laughed and ran with Tang Zheng. Everyone else is dismissed. Everyone dispersed. Their eyes involuntarily fell on Tang Zheng's body. He had just finished doing push-ups and was running. He wasn't even out of breath. What kind of body was this? "Commander. I didn't lead a good soldier. Please punish me." The instructor felt that he had lost face after making such a big joke. Kai Guibin didn't move. His eyes followed Tang Zheng's steps. After a long time, he said, "Not only are you not at fault, but you have done a good job. You actually found such a good seedling. Find out his information for me." "Yes." The instructor was happy. He knew that the commander's old habit was acting up again. He loved to recruit talents. This kid must have entered his eyes. He couldn't help but envy this kid. 6 kilometers wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. To Tang Zheng, it was naturally a piece of cake. Sinosaurus rested for a while and was able to run. "3, your body looks thin, but how can it be so fierce? How did you train?" Sinosaurus asked in disbelief. Tang Zheng smiled faintly, "I blindly trained." "You're not bad either. You've persisted for so long and have already surpassed many people." Sinosaurus was very self-aware, and said, "My insignificant skills are nothing compared to yours." "2, 3, you guys are all freaks. It's really an eye-opener." Zhou Yan actually ran over and walked side by side with the two of them. 4, now you know how powerful we are." Sinosaurus was very pleased with himself. "You're powerful, but you're not as powerful as 3. Today, I've truly seen what a fierce person is." 3, you've become famous in one fell swoop this time. I think no one in the school will be able to break your record in the future. Zhou Yan exclaimed. Yeah, OL3 has really broadened our horizons. Wang Shiji also caught up. Hey, the two of you aren't punished. Why are you running under such a big sun? Tang Jing said. Hehe, we'll share our blessings and hardships together. We 502 are a group, right? We didn't do the push-ups together, but we can still run now. Zhou Yan said. Wang Shiji also nodded. Tang Zhang and Sinosaurus looked at each other. They were brothers. Hey, boss, look at Longlegs walking over. Sinosaurus's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, could it be that she was convinced by my heroic actions just now and threw herself into my arms? Chapter 262. Zhou Yan and Wang Shiji raised their heads at the same time. Their eyes flashed with amazement as the tall beauty walked straight towards the four of them. Sinosaurus said excitedly, Look, she really came to find me. Zhou Yang said, Lao Air, don't be narcissistic. Lao San was stronger than you just now. If she wanted to throw herself into his arms, she would be looking for Lao San. How could it be your turn? Wang Shiji nodded his head in agreement with Zhou Yang's words. Damn, you guys are jealous of me. I think I'm more handsome than Lao San. Just watch, don't let your eyeballs fall to the ground. Sinosaurus quickened his pace and ran towards Yi Dingdang. Yi Dingdang brushed past him. Sinosaurus was stunned on the spot. Why isn't she looking for me? He stopped and turned around. He saw Yi Dingdang stop in front of Tang Jing, blocking his path. This scene immediately attracted the attention of countless people, and Tang Jing once again became the focus of attention. Tang Jing didn't like the feeling of being the focus of attention. He frowned, not knowing what Yi Dingdang was up to this time. What's the matter? Tang Jing asked indifferently. Yi Dingdang stared straight at him with a smile that was not a smile. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and her beauty was soul-stirring. Even Tang Jing couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Proportion Yi Dingdang was even more charming than before. Her every frown and smile was filled with allure. Zhou Yan and Wang Shiji clearly saw this soul-stirring smile. Wang Shiji's face immediately turned red, and Zhou Yan had to admit that Yi Dingdang was even more beautiful when she approached than when she was on the stage. However, this smile was not directed at the two of them, but at Tang Jing. The key point was that Tang Jing's face was clearly a little impatient. Impatient, damn, am I seeing things? His third brother was actually impatient with such a stunning beauty. Tang Jing, did you feel a sense of defeat when you watched me speak on stage today? Yi Dingdang went straight to the point. What sense of defeat? Tang Jing was confused. I've beaten you. That's why you're using this method to get so much attention. Isn't it because you want to resolve this frustration? Tang Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is that what you think? Am I that boring? I hit the nail on the head, so you want to deny it, right? It's useless even if you deny it. In any case, this time I've beaten you. Yi Dingdang said complacently. I don't want to compete with you in this. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. There's no need for me to use my weakness to attack your strengths. Yi Dingdang pursed her lips and said, so you want to use your strong points to attack my weak points. Then you have an unfair advantage. Using her strong points to attack her weak points. Zhou Yan gave an evil laugh. Tang Zhang's heart moved and he also thought of another meaning. He couldn't help but glare at Zhou Yan. His fourth brother looked gentle and refined, but his thoughts were too wretched. Seeing everyone snickering, Yi Dingdang was completely unaware of the other meaning in her words. She persistently asked, "Say something. Aren't you just trying to use your strong points to attack my weak points?" "Today, I finally found a way to turn defeat into victory. Our bet will be changed. As long as I beat you in any aspect, you have to admit that you're not as good as me in front of everyone." Her voice was relatively loud, and the people nearby heard it clearly. Especially the sentence about their strengths and weaknesses, it caused waves of malicious laughter in the crowd. The gazes that looked at the two of them were filled with an inexplicable ambiguity. Everyone was filled with envy and jealousy towards Tang Jing. What was so good about this brat that he could actually make a peerless beauty like Yi Dingdang entangle with him? Tang Jing felt a headache coming on. Why was Yi Dingdang's competitive nature getting stronger and stronger? When did I agree to change the bet? In any case, I've decided to change it. I'm informing you now. Oh, right, this time, a group of people will be selected to go to the army to gain experience. Don't be too rigid with the officers. Also, Yi Dingdang moved closer and whispered in his ear, also, there are many experts in the army. It's a good opportunity for us to gain experience. Tang Zhang's heart moved. He thoughtfully nodded and said, "I understand." "Haha, then you continue to run." Yi Dingdang said and swaggered away, leaving only a moving figure behind. The three members of Unit 502 immediately surrounded Tang Zhang and stared at him like a tiger eyeing its prey. "Old 3, you really hit it well. Speak, what is your relationship with this long-legged beauty? Is there really no relationship?" Zhou Yan pinched his chin and looked up and down. "Impossible, the two of you actually have a bet." "What kind of bet is it? Tell everyone. Women's affairs are so boring. Don't talk nonsense." "Humph, I definitely don't believe you. Old 3, you're not honest. Also, what did she whisper to you in the end? Tell me the truth." Tang Jing spread out his hands and said, "It's really nothing. Don't think too much." Sinosaurus said dejectedly, "This is too hurtful. Old 3, I feel that my charm is obviously greater than yours. Furthermore, I feel more secure. How could such a beauty not like me and like you? She really doesn't like me." Tang Zhang was at a loss for words, so he simply pointed in the direction of the instructor. "The instructor is watching, don't say any more. If he adds a few thousand meters later, that would be terrible. Alright, we'll let you off for now. We'll interrogate you properly in the future," Zhou Yan said. After running for 6,000 meters, the few of them had different reactions. Zhou Yan was so tired that he could only breathe out and not breathe in. Dou Long and Wang Shiji were also quite tired, but it was not that exaggerated. Tang Zhang's face was still not red and his heart was not beating fast. The days of military training were the same, but they were also filled with the passion of youth. Tang Zhang had undoubtedly become the focus of attention since the first day. Although he had been punished, the series of training that followed all revealed his excellent qualities. Standing in a military posture, walking in a straight line, and other movements, he was like a veteran who had served for several years. Even the instructor's impression of him had completely changed. There was an additional trace of admiration in his eyes. Every time he trained, there would always be Kai Guibin's figure not far away. The regiment commander's gaze towards Tang Jing became brighter and brighter. Tang Jing also noticed the other party, but he did not pay too much attention to it. Just as Yi Dingdang had said, the military wanted to select outstanding people to train in the army this time. Tang Jing thought that this was a good opportunity, so he deliberately performed very well in front of the regiment commander and fought for a spot this time. At the same time, there were other outstanding people who stood out. Yi Dingdang was one of the best. She had the foundation of a martial artist, and among these students, she was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Countless gazes were focused on her body. Many people were moved, and some people had already put it into practice and started to pursue her. However, Yi Dingdang did not fall for this at all. The others immediately knew that this sonorous rose was not that easy to pick, so no one was in such a hurry to confess. At the same time, the performance of the other people in room 502 was also very outstanding. Wang Shiji's family was from the countryside, so they usually did a lot of farm work, and their physical fitness was even better than Zhou Yan's. However, under the lead of the three people in the dormitory, Zhou Yan was too embarrassed to give up, so after persevering day after day, his physical fitness had also undergone a qualitative leap, becoming one of the best in their group. And what surprised Tang Jing the most was Ding Xiaowan. Her foundation was not bad either, she stood out from the girls, and due to her good looks, she and Yi Dingdang became the two most eye-catching flowers. After today's routine training was over, the others were dismissed. The 26 elites of the entire school were left behind, standing like javelins, waiting for their commanding officer to lecture them. Tang Jing saw Takashi among these 20 or so people. Takashi was a star that was not inferior to Tang Jing in this military training. Furthermore, he was very cooperative with the training and did not go against the instructors at all. Other than Tang Jing, the people Kai Guibin paid attention to every day were Takashi and Yi Dingdang. Especially Takashi's leadership ability in his own team was even better than Tang Zhang's, which made Kai Guibin quite satisfied. Kai Guibin walked in front of everyone with a serious expression, and said with a sonorous voice, "Attention, at ease." Everyone's movements were neat and orderly, as if they were done by one person. This was the perfect result of the past 10 days of training. Everyone looked at Kai Guibin nervously or excitedly. Many well-informed people already knew that the military was preparing to select the best among the students to train in the army. This was an attempt. Nowadays, the scientific requirements of the military were getting higher and higher, and Yenqing University was one of the best universities. Those who could get into this school were naturally the most outstanding students. Therefore, the military planned to select candidates from these new students and select the best among them to be nurtured by the military and the school. In the future, the students would even follow the army to carry out missions. This was a completely different approach from the military academy. It was an idea proposed by a certain big shot in the army, and this time, it was an experimental stage. If it was successful, then it could continue to be promoted in the future. Therefore, as one of the executors, Kai Guibin attached great importance to it. After observing for so many days, he selected 26 people from thousands of people. It could be said that it was 1 in 100. I believe that everyone has already heard that we will be selecting the best among the military to receive another type of training in the real army. Everyone here is the best among the thousands of people, and will be fortunate enough to participate in the following training. But first, I must say that the following training will be very difficult, and even life-threatening. If you are afraid, you can withdraw now, and no one will laugh at you. But once you join, then you must wait until the training is over, otherwise you will be treated as a deserter. Do you know how deserters are dealt with on the battlefield? Reporting, I know. Dou Long's loud voice was filled with energy as he roared. Speak. Execution by firing squad. Sinosaurus's answer was sonorous and powerful, and filled with the smell of iron and blood. Yes, execution by firing squad. Running away is a stain on our military uniform, and a stain on the national emblem above our heads. It is absolutely not allowed. Although you are students, when you accept this training, you are temporarily no longer students, but soldiers. If you run away, I will still shoot your head, and I will not show you any mercy. I am not joking, so please reconsider. If you are not willing to accept this mission, come out immediately. I will allow you to discuss with each other, and give me an answer in 3 minutes. When these words came out, everyone's expression changed. They looked at each other, and no one expected that this so-called training would be so cruel. Chapter 263. Sinosaurus glanced at the dormitory members and asked in a low voice, "What do you guys think?" Zhou Yan cowered a little and said, "He made it sound so dangerous. Wouldn't it be a 9 out of 10 chance of survival? We're here to study, not to sell our lives." Sinosaurus nodded. "That makes sense. What about the two of you?" Wang Shiji timidly raised his eyelids and said, "If we go, will there be any benefits in the future?" Zhou Yan chuckled. "Benefits? It's good as long as you don't lose your head." Wang Shiji shook his head and said, "I don't think I'll lose my head. It wasn't easy for me to get into Beijing University. My luck isn't that bad, right?" "That's right. It wasn't easy for you to get into Beijing University. There's no need to risk your life. Otherwise, if you die, won't your family's bloodline be cut off?" Zhou Yan advised. "Even if I die, my family's bloodline won't be cut off. I still have 2 older brothers." F***ck, your family has so many brothers, aren't they too good at giving birth? Zhou Yan was shocked. Most of the children in the city were only children in this generation. Wang Shiji was a little embarrassed. "Our hometown has a lot of children. My family has 5 children, and I have 2 older sisters." Sinosaurus also widened his eyes in shock. He patted Wang Shiji's shoulder and sighed, "Your father is really amazing. No. There's no other way. Our place is poor. We have to give birth to a few more so that our family can work." Wang Shiji said shyly. Seeing that Wang Shiji was embarrassed, Tang Jing quickly changed the topic and said, "There will definitely be danger this time, but it's also an opportunity. I will go." Sinosaurus glanced at him and said without hesitation, "Then of course I won't go. With your small body, you'll definitely be bullied in the army. I want to protect you." Zhou Yan rolled his eyes at him and said, "TSK, I think it's third brother who should be protecting you. Your indicators this time aren't as beautiful as third brother's. Fighting is not the same as training. Whoever has the biggest fist and strength is the winner. Third brother, don't worry, I will definitely protect you." Sinosaurus wasn't shy at all as he vowed solemnly. Wang Shiji gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go too. I believe that if I do well this time, it will definitely help me find a job in the future." "Boss, you're thinking quite far ahead. You've just entered the school and you're already thinking about graduation." Zhou Yan couldn't help but laugh. Wang Shiji blushed and said, "Prepare for the rainy day, prepare for the rainy day." Sinosaurus patted Zhou Yan's shoulder and said, "Fourth bro, all 3 of us are going. You won't not go, right? Be careful of being alone in the dorm. A female ghost might climb into your bed in the middle of the night. F***ck, don't mention female ghosts to me." Zhou Yan's face turned pale. The fact that this guy was afraid of ghosts was exposed during a late-night discussion. No one knew who started it, but they started to talk about the supernatural stories they had heard, scaring Zhou Yan to the point that he hid under his blanket and shivered. His face was deathly pale, causing the other 3 to burst into laughter. Zhou Yan cursed hatefully, "F***ck, you bunch of disloyal fellows, leaving me alone in the dorm. Alright, at worst, I'll give up my life. I'll go too. Third bro, when the time comes, you have to take care of me. Don't let me die. With my protection, why are you looking for third bro? Don't worry, a dragon will definitely be in place. The 4 of us will definitely come back unscathed." Sinosaurus patted his chest and guaranteed. Wang Shiji said weakly, usually, when you say something like this in a TV series, someone will definitely die later on. F***ck, boss, you jinx. Sinosaurus and Zhou Yen shouted at the same time. Paw, 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 paw. Nothing will happen. I was just saying it casually. TV series are all fake. Wang Shiji said embarrassedly. Looking at their interesting expressions, Tang Zheng's heart felt exceptionally warm. His high school life was relatively simple. Other than Fang Shishir, Yi Dingdang, and Feng Yong, he had almost no interactions with anyone else. When he came to university, although the three of them came from all over the world and had different personalities, they gave Tang Zheng a very comfortable feeling. Ever since they ran the 6 kilometers together, Tang Zheng had made up his mind to make friends with these three. No matter what the future path was, at least being with these three made him feel the sincere friendship of classmates. In fact, Tang Zheng had a rough plan for the 4 years of university, but one of them was that he would definitely not follow the rules of every class like a normal university student. He had a lot of his own things to do, and this period of military training was only a temporary transition. Time's up. Kai Guibin shouted, those who have decided to withdraw, step out. Dong dong dong. The 6 of them jogged out, their faces slightly red. It was obvious that they were embarrassed and did not dare to look at the others. Kai Guibin expressionlessly waved his hand, indicating for the other instructors to bring the 6 of them away. Then, he swept his gaze across the remaining 20 people. He was very satisfied that the few people he had been observing did not back down. Tang Zheng was also sizing up the people around him. What surprised him the most was that Ding Xiaowan actually stayed behind. This brainless fan had quite the guts. However, when he saw Ding Xiaowan and Takashi inadvertently exchanging glances, he suddenly realized that it was because Takashi had stayed behind. Tang Zheng did not have the mood to gossip. As long as Takashi did not provoke him, he was not prepared to deal with him for the time being. However, when he saw Yi Dingdong's eager eyes, he felt a headache coming on. This girl must have mustered up all her energy and was prepared to suppress him in this training. Yi Dingdang, you want to suppress me? You don't have the chance. I'm the only one who can suppress you. Tang Zheng cursed in his heart. Next, everyone hand over their communication tools. We will immediately set off for the military base. From this moment on, for the next 10 days, you will not be able to contact the outside world, so if you want to call home, you can do so now. Kai Guibin said. Everyone quickly took action and called home to explain the situation. Of course, they did not dare to say that this training was filled with unknown dangers, otherwise, most of their parents would definitely jump up and object. Now, many people dared to stay, mostly because of the hot-bloodedness accumulated during this period of military training. Most of them were not rational, but those who left were the most rational. After the call, everyone's phones were confiscated, and even their wallets were taken away. They boarded 2 military vehicles without a single penny and left. The military vehicle was completely sealed. The roof of the car was lit up, and not a single ray of light could be seen from the outside. It was an enclosed space, and other than the bumpy feeling that told them that they were sitting in a car, it actually felt more like they were imprisoned in a cage. However, the people in the car were all very excited as they chattered about what the next training would be. Tang Zheng, on the other hand, was not very excited. He only listened quietly, and the one with a similar expression was Yi Dingdang. There were 10 people in this car, and among them were the members of dormitory 502 and Yi Dingdang. Yi Dingdang had undoubtedly become the focus of everyone's attention, but her cold and aloof behavior made many people stay away, and not many people had the guts to strike up a conversation with her. Yi Dingdang looked at Tang Zheng with a faint smile, causing Sinosaurus to nudge Tang Zheng's shoulder and whisper, "Third bro, Beauty Yi is looking at you. Why aren't you responding?" Yi Dingdang's name was already well known, and almost no one among the freshmen did not know her name. Tang Jing rolled his eyes and said, "What's the point of responding? It's better to conserve energy. There will definitely be a lot of hardship in the upcoming training. Hee, what's there to be afraid of? It's a piece of cake. The key is that if I don't respond when a beauty is looking at me like that, wouldn't it be rude? As the second in command of our dormitory, I have the responsibility and obligation to protect the honor of the members of dormitory 502. Sinosaurus looked like he was going to die for justice. He coughed and gave Yi Dingdang a smile that he thought was brilliant. "Yi Dingdang, my name is Sinosaurus, and I'm Tang Zhang's good brother. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for me. Moreover, I will protect you during this training. I know you. You're the second in command of dormitory 502, Sinosaurus." Yi Dingdang smiled. Sinosaurus beamed with joy. "You actually know me. I'm so honored and happy to meet you. If you have any problems in the future, just mention my name, Sinosaurus. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat them to death." Yi Dingdang's smile became even more brilliant as she said, "You really are a warm-hearted person. Then can the two of us change positions?" "No problem. It's my honor to be able to serve a beauty." Sinosaurus was so excited that his cheeks flushed red. However, as soon as he stood up, he realized that they had switched places. Wasn't Yi Dingdang sitting next to OL3? Although the others were talking, they were also constantly paying attention to Yi Dingdang's movements. When they heard that she had taken the initiative to sit next to Tang Jing, they all revealed looks of envy. Tang Jing, this brat, was really good with women. He actually made the great beauty Yi take the initiative. Bang! With a muffled sound, the car suddenly jolted and flipped over. Almost everyone subconsciously screamed. Yi Dingdang had just stood up and was about to switch seats, but she immediately lost her balance and fell straight into Tang Zhang's arms. Tang Zhang subconsciously reached out to stop her, but he realized that his hands were pressed against her soft body. Yi Dingdang's body tensed up. She immediately stared at Tang Zhang with her eyes wide open. However, before she could react, the entire car rumbled and flipped over to the ground. Many people crashed into each other like Tang Zhang and Yi Dingdang. Screams rose and fell one after another, almost breaking out of the enclosed car. What's going on? Almost everyone had this question in their hearts at the same time. However, before they could think about it carefully, a series of gunshots disrupted their thoughts. The gunshots were getting closer and closer. Even though they were separated by the car, they could hear them clearly. Especially for Tang Jing, who was very familiar with the sound of gunshots, his nerves instantly tensed up. How could there be gunshots? Yi Dingdang clearly also thought of this problem. She didn't have time to care about Tang Jing taking advantage of her. She quickly stood up and escaped from Tang Zhang's clutches. The others also stood up with difficulty. Fortunately, no one was injured in the flip. However, everyone's expressions were not good. They were at a loss for what to do. A girl directly cried. Chapter 264. The cries caused everyone to be at a loss as they tried to guess what was going on. "Fairy," Tang Zhang's face sank as he said, "Don't cry. I'll go out and see what's going on." His intuition told him that this matter was extremely abnormal. So he opened the back door of the car and quickly slipped out. When he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Damn, why are we in the wilderness? There was a dense forest outside and he couldn't tell the direction. But compared to the vast Shirwan Mountains, it was clearly inferior. Tang Zheng calmed his mind and ran directly to the driver's seat. Whoosh! A bullet whizzed past Tang Zheng's shoulder. The hot air wave caused his body to tighten. He saw the two soldiers in the driver's seat were covered in blood. They were silent and he didn't know if they were dead or alive. Bang bang. Another 2 gunshots were heard. The two soldiers' chests immediately bloomed with blood. Tang Zheng's pupils shrank. He wasn't afraid. He immediately looked in the direction of the source of the gunshots. It was a dense forest. He couldn't see the enemy's situation clearly. But there was no doubt that the enemy was crazy. They actually wanted to take their lives. The others also got out of the car one after another. The 10 of them were unharmed. But when they saw the scene in the driver's seat, many of them subconsciously screamed. Their faces turned pale. They shivered and their legs went soft. They almost couldn't walk. "Let's go. Don't look," Tang Zheng said in a deep voice. Everyone woke up from their dream. They found that their legs couldn't move. How could they still run? Yi Dingdang wasn't afraid. Instead, she was a little excited and said, "What enemy is it?" "I don't know. Anyway, there must be a lot of people. Moreover, their firepower is strong. Let's not stay here and be live targets. Let's go." Tang Jing turned around and rushed into the forest. But when he looked back, there were still 3 people standing there like wooden stakes. Tang Zheng's face sank and said, "Second brother, you go and take that boy away. Ding Dang, you go and take that girl. I'll take the other boy." These 3 were undoubtedly the ones with the strongest physiques in this team, and their mental fortitude was not weak either. Therefore, Tang Zheng gave this order to them. Since the members of Dorm 502 had Tang Zheng as their backbone, even though they were afraid, they still managed to keep up with Tang Zheng's pace. Their legs were not so weak that they could not walk. The 3 of them immediately took action. At this moment, a boy rushed out and hugged the dazed girl. He shouted, "Wang Tong, be careful." Then, the 2 of them rolled down the mountain together. Whoosh! A bullet hit the spot where Wang Tong had been standing, stirring up a cloud of dust. Everyone was shocked. The enemy had already shot at them. It was too crazy. Tang Zheng and Sinosaurus were quick to react. They immediately grabbed the 2 dazed boys and ran into the woods. As for the 2 people who were rolling, they also rolled into the forest. They seemed to be in a sorry state, especially the boy whose clothes were torn. However, during the process of rolling, he had been tightly hugging the girl to protect her, so the girl was not injured at all. The 10 of them fled into the woods and gathered behind the hill. Many of them were still in shock, and their faces were as pale as a sheet of white paper. Tang Zheng looked at the 2 people who had rolled and asked, "Are you 2 hurt?" The girl clearly just came back to her senses and shook her head, "I'm fine." Then, she nervously looked at the boy next to her and asked with concern, "Guasu, are you hurt? Why are you so stupid? You actually risked your life for me." She couldn't help but cry as she spoke. The others were ashamed of their inferiority. Just now, everyone was running for their lives. Other than Tang Jing, only this boy named Guasu was the bravest. He actually threw himself at Wang Tong and saved her life. Otherwise, that bullet would definitely have hit her. Guasu scratched his head and said shyly, "I saw that you were in danger, so of course I had to save you." Hearing this, Wang Tong was touched and her cheeks were a little red. When the others saw this, they thought that it was a hero saving a beauty. This brat Guasu had obviously made the beauty feel touched. This girl named Wang Tong was delicate and pretty. She was obviously a beauty from a humble family. Guasu had taken advantage of her. Many people were secretly regretting that they didn't have the courage to do so. "Silly, let me check if you're hurt." Wang Tong was on the verge of tears. She started to check Guasu's body, causing Guasu's face to turn red. Tang Jing didn't pay attention to the couple. Instead, he turned to the others and said solemnly, "This time, we encountered an attack. Let's brainstorm and discuss what to do next." Everyone frowned and was at a loss. Wang Shiji rolled his eyes and asked, "Where's the other car? Didn't we leave with 2 cars?" Tang Jing glanced at him with admiration. Wang Shiji was usually introverted, but he was calmer than many people at critical moments. It was truly commendable. Yi Dingdang said, "I just observed and there were only traces of 1 car. This means that we're the only car on this road. Then where did the other car go?" Yi Dingdang fell silent and looked at Tang Jing. The others also couldn't help looking at Tang Jing. Without a doubt, after what happened just now, Tang Jing had become the well-deserved leader. Tang Jing said in a deep voice, "No matter where the other car went, in short, we're in a very passive situation. We're still in danger, so let's leave this place first." Tang Jing glanced in the direction of the gunshots. There were obviously sporadic gunshots. He couldn't help but frown. Logically speaking, the other party had such powerful firepower. They should have attacked quickly to deal with a few students. Why did they have to be so slow? Let's not care about this for now. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave this place first. The 10 people quickly retreated into the forest. The mountain was high and the forest was dense. It was impossible to tell the direction. Moreover, they didn't have any communication tools and couldn't contact the outside world. If it wasn't for Tang Jing as their backbone, perhaps some of them wouldn't have the courage to escape. The gunshots finally stopped and the sky gradually darkened. The road ahead seemed to have no end. Many people already felt tired and walked slower and slower. Whoosh! A person quickly jumped out. It was Tang Jing, who had gone to scout the road, who had returned. "How is it?" everyone asked at the same time. "There's an abandoned wooden house not far ahead. Let's stay there for the night. Everyone is tired. We'll find a way out tomorrow," Tang Jing said. If he was alone, he could do anything. This forest wouldn't be able to trap him at all. Moreover, he could find the enemy's rear and figure out what was going on. But now, he had so many people with him, and these people all treated him as the backbone, so his freedom was restricted. If he left these people, there was no doubt that these people were headless flies. Other than Yi Dingdang, the others would probably be buried in this vast mountain. Just now, he had climbed up a tree and looked around. There were mountains and forests in all directions, but he couldn't see any cities or villages, which surprised him. He immediately remembered that there was a huge mountain range northwest of the capital. They were definitely in this mountain range. But who was the attacker? What was the use of attacking these students? Tang Jing couldn't figure it out. They arrived at the wooden house in a moment. Everyone excitedly rushed into the wooden house. This place had obviously been abandoned for a long time, but at least it was a place to shelter them from the wind and rain, allowing them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. After tidying up the wooden house, everyone sat down and leaned against the wall to rest. Tang Jing went out for a while and came back with a few wild hares and pheasants in his hand. He also had a torch in his hand, which dispelled the darkness and made everyone's hearts light up. "Wow, you actually went hunting, and you even got so much." The others were shocked and sincerely admired Tang Jing. It's easy to find food in this mountain forest, so everyone doesn't have to worry about going hungry. "I'll make food." Sinosaurus volunteered and took over the task of cooking. Seeing that everyone gradually lost their sense of fear, Tang Jing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at the dark night sky and the vast mountain forest outside, he couldn't help but recall the scene in the 100,000 mountains. They had survived such a difficult time, so this was a piece of cake. He must take these people out of this mountain forest. He couldn't help but think of Xiao Bai. If it was here, it would definitely be a lot more fun. Feng Yong must have already taken Xiao Bai away, so he didn't have to worry about this at all. Before he handed over the phone, he had already arranged this matter. During the time he was gone, Xiao Bai would be taken care of by Feng Yong. As for whether Xiao Bai could spit fire or not, he couldn't control it for the time being. He could only pray that Xiao Bai wouldn't cause too much trouble for him. Yi Dingdang walked over and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing. You did very well today, leading everyone to successfully escape. Everyone is very grateful to you. Moreover, I have to admit, this time your ability to adapt to the situation is stronger than mine." Yi Dingdang said with heartfelt admiration. Tang Jing grinned and said, "That doesn't sound like something you would say." "Humph, don't think that I will admit defeat just because of this. I will always find a way to defeat you." Yi Dingdang curled her lips and said disapprovingly. "Let's leave this place first. Where are we right now?" "I think it's in the mountain range northwest of the capital," Tang Jing said. "Ah." Yi Dingdang was shocked. "What's wrong?" "I heard from the grapevine that there are terrorists in this mountain range." "Terrorists?" Tang Jing was shocked. This news was too shocking. This is near the capital. How could there be terrorists? "You don't know this, but recently, the situation in the country has been very serious. A while ago, there was a terrorist incident in the capital, and in the south, there was a situation where passers-by were killed at the train station. The group of terrorists in the capital were chased into this mountain range, and this mountain range is too big. It's not realistic to use a net search method, so they are still at large. Could it be that the ones who attacked us this time are terrorists?" Tang Jing wasn't afraid of terrorists, but he was very curious. In the capital, only this group of fugitives would dare to deal with a military vehicle. Yi Dingdang said with certainty. Chapter 265. No matter who it was that dealt with the military vehicles, Tang Jing and the others were in a very dangerous situation. They were temporarily trapped in the mountains and had completely lost contact with the outside world. No matter how much they cried, the only thing they could rely on was themselves. After everyone ate roasted rabbit and roasted chicken for dinner, they started to discuss among themselves. In the end, they decided to find a way down the mountain early in the morning. Only by leaving this forest would it be safest. Moreover, they believed that the military would not ignore so many of them. They would definitely send people to rescue them. Tang Zhang and Yi Dingdang did not tell the others about the terrorists. Otherwise, they would feel even more pressure, and if they were not careful, their taut heartstrings would break. Only when it was almost midnight did everyone snuggle up to each other with apprehension. Other than Tang Zhang and Yi Dingdang, this was the first time the others had experienced such a dangerous and terrifying thing. They had also experienced a long journey of escape, so they were both physically and mentally exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Tang Zhang was not completely asleep, he was constantly on guard. The safety of these people was tied to him, he did not dare to let his guard down. At 3 or 4 in the morning, a series of extremely light footsteps sounded. Tang Zhang suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head to look outside the door. In the darkness, he could not see anything clearly, but the thick darkness was like a huge mouth, as if it wanted to devour someone. Tang Zhang was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he stared straight in the direction of the sound. A few figures quickly approached and soon arrived in front of the wooden house. Tang Zhang could clearly see that the other party carried guns with them, and they were all covered with hoods, so he could not see their faces. At first glance, he could tell that they were not good people. Yi Dingdang also opened her eyes and raised her head to look outside the door. She was very close to Tang Jing and Tang Jing could clearly feel her restless thoughts. He hurriedly gave her a look without batting an eyelid, indicating for her to stay calm and not move. A few people stood outside the door and observed for a while. As if confirming that the people inside were already asleep, two of them quickly rushed in. Two black muzzles were pointed at Qian Ping, as if they could pull the trigger at any time. Tang Zhang and Yi Dingdang were leaning against the door. When they saw the two of them step into the wooden house, Tang Jing quickly moved and pounced over. At the same time, Yi Dingdang was not willing to fall behind. She chopped a person's neck with her hand and the person immediately fainted. Tang Jing directly captured the other party alive. In the blink of an eye, the gun in the enemy's hands was in Tang Zhang's hands, and the cold muzzle was pressed firmly against the other party's temple. This turn of events was beyond everyone's expectations. Before the enemy could even react, he was already under control and couldn't help but cry out loud. The people outside the house immediately noticed that something was wrong. The sound of guns being pulled could be heard one after another. Someone immediately wanted to rush in. Tang Jing grabbed the captive in his hand and blocked the door, while he hid behind the captive. If the people outside wanted to come in, they would have to shoot the captive to death. The captive's scream was particularly ear-piercing in the silent night. The others who were sleeping were immediately awakened. They all got up and looked at the scene in horror. There was a stranger lying on the ground, and there was another person in Tang Zhang's hands. Furthermore, there was a gun. Even an idiot would know what was going on. Those hateful enemies actually refused to let go and chased after them with guns. After experiencing what happened during the day, their ability to adapt quickly improved. Although their faces were pale, they still maintained a trace of calmness. Zhou Yan asked in horror, "Lao San, what happened?" "Everyone, be careful. The enemy is attacking." "Ah, is it that group of people during the day?" Sinosaurus also hurriedly asked. Tang Jing nodded, "It should be. Don't worry, we have hostages in our hands. They won't dare to do anything to us." After saying that, he leaned close to the captive's ear and asked coldly, "Who are you people?" The captive gritted his teeth and roared, "You won't be able to escape. Our people are all outside. You won't be able to escape even if you have wings. We are just students. We have no enmity with you. Why are you targeting us?" Tang Jing asked. The captive sneered, "Hee hee, it's because you are students that we are targeting you. If we capture you, we can negotiate with the government." Everyone's hearts trembled. Wang Shiji quickly asked, "Who are you people? Why are you capturing us to negotiate with the government?" "We are the holy warriors of the Holy Church. Your government has captured many of our warriors. I want to use you to force them to submit and release our warriors." Almost everyone immediately realized the terrorist incident that had happened recently. After the terrorist incident, there were rumors on the internet that the so-called Holy Church was using terrorist acts to force the government to release their people. However, how could the government compromise? Instead, they used thunderous methods and captured some of the so-called Holy Church's warriors. However, no one expected that they would actually come into contact with these terrorists, and even be besieged by them. Sinosaurus patted his chest and righteously said, "Let's rush out and fight them. We absolutely cannot compromise. These people are worse than animals. They specialize in doing heartless things." The others were clearly a little fearful. Students without the strength to truss up a chicken were clearly at a disadvantage when facing this group of desperados. These people were terrorists who killed without batting an eye. If they were caught by them, they would definitely die. Seeing that no one responded, Sinosaurus loudly advised, "This stalemate is not a solution. What if they rush in later?" Wang Shiji shook his head and said, "We still don't know how many people the other side has. If we rush out rashly, wouldn't we be sending ourselves to their doorstep?" The others nodded in agreement. They obviously agreed with Wang Shiji's judgment. Seeing that everyone was hesitating, Tang Jing immediately shouted, "Everyone, calm down. I will solve this matter." He exerted force in his hand and the captive screamed loudly. The others felt a chill in their hearts. They could completely feel how intense the pain was. Tang Zheng was really ruthless. However, no one criticized him. Instead, they were secretly delighted. The more ruthless Tang Jing was, the more he could protect everyone's safety. The people outside listen to me. Your people are in my hands. Retreat. Otherwise, I will immediately kill the two of them. Tang Jing roared with a murderous aura. The people outside obviously did not expect that their attack would fail. They angrily said, "Immediately release our people. Otherwise, all of you will die." Even if we die, we will drag the two of them down with us. Tang Zheng said fearlessly. You are students, you are not our match at all. So what if you capture our people? Do you really dare to kill them? The other party clearly did not believe that Tang Jing would dare to kill, thinking that he was deliberately bluffing. A murderous light flashed in Tang Zheng's eyes. Yi Dingdang noticed this scene and her heart moved. She already understood his thoughts. Since these people were terrorists, there was no need to show mercy. Ka-cha! The captive in Tang Zheng's hand had one of his arms removed. A blood-curdling scream suddenly sounded and tore through the night sky. The students in the room immediately kept quiet out of fear and looked at Tang Jing in shock. He actually did it without the slightest hesitation. This was completely beyond their imagination. After all, these people were good students. Yi Dingdang's eyes did not waver in the slightest. She knew that if she forced Tang Jing into a corner, he would really dare to kill people. However, she was not afraid. Instead, she was faintly excited. She grabbed the other captive who had fallen to the ground and did the same. With a kacha, this person's arm was also removed and hung down. This captive was originally unconscious, but he was woken up by the heart-wrenching pain and subconsciously screamed. The others looked at Yi Dingdang in shock. Was there a mistake? She was actually as decisive as Tang Jing. There was no trace of mercy in her calm eyes, causing these students to be greatly stimulated. The screams of the two rose and fell, tearing through the night sky, causing the people outside to fly into a rage. What did you do to my people? Didn't you think we wouldn't dare to kill? I'll remove their arms first. If you don't retreat, then I'll directly break their necks. Don't test my patience. That will only make you regret it. Tang Zheng's voice became more and more murderous. Anyway, you people will only harm people if you stay in this world. Why don't I do justice today and get rid of you scum first? I'll count to 3. If you still don't retreat, then I'll do it. After that, Tang Jing whispered to the people behind him, everyone stay together and avoid the door. Don't expose yourself to the muzzle of the gun. Take care of yourselves and listen to my orders at all times. Several people nodded their heads, as they were all stunned by Tang Zheng's decisiveness in killing. 1, 2. Just as Tang Jing counted to 2, the people outside immediately shouted, I promise you, we will retreat now, do not hurt our people, otherwise I will make you beg for death but not be able to. Humph, now that your people are in my hands, you still dare to threaten me. You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Zheng made his move again. Yi Dingdang was not willing to fall behind. Immediately, the other arms of the two captives were removed. Cold sweat appeared on their foreheads as they screamed incessantly. The sound of footsteps could be heard outside. It was obvious that they were retreating. Tang Jing did not relax at all. He was still paying 120% attention. Whoosh! Suddenly, an object shot to the door and emitted white smoke. Following the same pattern, another 10 or so objects emitting white smoke flew to the door. A few of them drilled under their feet and shot into the wooden house. Tang Jing immediately felt his eyes being stimulated, and his tears were about to fall. The others directly coughed, and tears flowed out of their eyes. Tear gas. Tang Zhang's expression suddenly changed. This group of terrorists actually had tear gas. This was troublesome. At the same time, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded. The terrorists attacked. The two groups of people were about to clash. Chapter 266. Tang Jing anxiously circulated his energy and held his breath. His eyes narrowed into slits as he shouted in a low voice, "Ding dang, protect everyone at the door. I'll go take care of the people outside. All of you stay in the house and don't come out." As soon as he finished speaking, he no longer had that word. The terrorist roared and attacked again. He spread his arms like an eagle spreading its wings and pouncing forward. Tang Jing punched out with both of his fists, causing a surging wave of air to arrive in the blink of an eye, once again clashing with the opponent's killer. The terrorist retreated again, but Tang Jing quickly followed up. After more than 10 moves, Tang Zheng's eyes turned cold as he said coldly, "I'm not playing with you anymore." The attack suddenly intensified, and a punch landed on the opponent's chest. It was like a muffled thunderclap. The terrorist's eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backwards and landed at the entrance of the wooden house, completely losing his threat. Other than Yi Ding Dang, everyone in the house choked to the point of tears and snot flowing out of their noses. However, when they heard the gunshots outside the house, everyone was scared witless. Even though the taste of the tear gas was very unpleasant, no one dared to rush out of the house. Moreover, with Yi Ding Dang, the door god, blocking the way, no one could rush out. Under the faint light of the fire, Do Long covered his mouth and laid on the wall. His face was red and his eyes were moist. Zhou Yan had a bitter face as he bent down and coughed non-stop. Wang Shiji was curled up in the corner, also in a sorry state, but Guosu and Wang Tong had actually hugged each other at some point in time. Wang Tong was shivering, his delicate and pretty face still had traces of tears. Guosu's face was also filled with fear, but a sweet smile rippled from the depths of his eyes. Hugging a beauty, he was probably the happiest person on the scene. If it weren't for the terrorists, he and Wang Tong wouldn't have progressed so quickly. The other three were even more embarrassed. One of them was already lying on the ground and crying. He couldn't help but regret agreeing to participate in this operation. If he had stayed in school, he wouldn't have suffered so much. Moreover, his life was in danger. Thinking about the danger to their lives, everyone couldn't help but feel moved. For their sake, Tang Jing didn't hesitate to risk his life and rush out to fight with the terrorists. This kind of fearless spirit made this group of students, who had never encountered any major setbacks, feel warm in their hearts. There was no doubt that from this moment on, everyone really regarded Tang Jing as the backbone and the leader of this small group. But when they thought of Tang Jing, their hearts tightened again. They didn't know what would happen to Tang Jing in the face of such a powerful enemy. Would he be injured? Would he be captured? If Tang Jing was captured, then their hopes would be completely dashed. What kind of fate would await them? They could not imagine that this group of people were not ordinary criminals, but terrorists who killed people like scything flax. Everyone wanted to rush out and see what was going on, but no one dared to move when they saw Yi Ding Dang, who was like a door god. Yi Ding Dang's calmness and ruthlessness had completely exceeded their imagination. Such a peerless beauty was completely not what they had imagined. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. No wonder she favored Tang Jing so much. Perhaps only an extraordinary person like Tang Jing was worthy of her. Everyone's imagination ran wild, but the three people in room 502 were the most shocked. Although they had not known Tang Jing for a long time, Tang Jing usually chatted happily with everyone, and was no different from other young people. The only difference was that he raised a very cute puppy called Little White. However, the strength that Tang Jing had displayed this time made them look at him in a different light, and they felt ashamed of their inferiority. It was as if they were from two different worlds than Tang Jing. Only now did they realize that their roommate of the same age was too mysterious. Yi Dingdang did not have the messy thoughts of the others. Instead, she hid behind the captives and watched the battle outside without blinking. Facing these 8 people, Yi Dingdang knew that she would not be able to walk as leisurely as Tang Jing, taking care of all the enemies with a raise of her hand. Furthermore, the strength that she displayed when facing the 7th grade body refining warrior made Yi Dingdang feel ashamed of her inferiority. Yi Dingdang was a 9th grade body refining warrior, but her combat experience was definitely not as rich as the 7th grade body refining warrior, let alone compared to Tang Jing. She couldn't help but frown, clench her teeth, and think to herself, Tang Jing, you really are a freak, how can you improve so quickly? Seeing that all the terrorists had lost their ability to move, Yi Dingdang heaved a sigh of relief. She escorted the captives out of the hut and called for the others to come out as well. The feeling in the wooden hut was too terrible. Everyone rushed out of the wooden hut like a swarm of bees. The night outside was still pitch black, but the flashlights scattered on the ground illuminated everything outside clearly. Previously, they had only heard the sounds of gunshots and fighting, but they did not know how dangerous it was. However, at this moment, they actually saw that there were 8 other people lying on the ground, and there were even guns scattered on the ground. Their backs couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. They really felt as if they had walked through the gates of hell. However, such a tragic battle situation made them feel that it was very unreal. So many armed terrorists were really dealt with by Tang Jing alone. Was he still human? How could he be so powerful? Their gazes were fixed on Tang Jing's body. His expression was somewhat cold, but there was no fear. Instead, there was a kind of calmness, as if this bit of danger was insignificant in his eyes. This bit of danger was indeed insignificant to Tang Jing. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to protect this group of students, he would have launched a counterattack a long time ago. This time, the enemy had delivered themselves to him, and he just happened to take care of them. But now, the key was to find out if these terrorists had any accomplices. If they did, then they had to eliminate the roots and capture everyone in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if these fugitives knew that they had fallen into his hands, they might even take revenge on him. Of course, Tang Jing wasn't afraid of him, but he had family and people he cared about, so he had no choice but to worry about this. Now that Tang Jing was doing things, he had already tried his best to strangle all potential dangers in the cradle. Looking at the complicated looks in the eyes of the others, he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. This time, he was forced to display these extraordinary abilities, so he hoped that it wouldn't affect their 4 years of interaction in university. He directly walked in front of the leader and lifted him up. The other party's eyes were dim. Obviously, he didn't feel good after taking Tang Jing's attack. Tang Jing pulled off the hood on the other party's head. When he saw the face clearly, he couldn't help but be stunned. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.